Hello there. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to some live streaming. We're gonna do some stuff. We're doing it. We're drinking tea mostly. Oh, my joystick's on. I'll turn my joystick off. Let's turn my joystick off. Oh, I can leave it on. No, I'll turn it off. I'll turn my joystick off. Oh, it's gone limp. Force me back joystick, guys. Right. What we're doing, you know what we're doing? We're going to try some iRacing. Because I want to test some stuff out with the with Marvin's amazing iRacing app. What a legend. Saviour of force feedback. The Marvin. They say he is the Marvin.
He is the Marvin. You are the Marvin. I am Marvin. Marvin of Marvinton.
Hello, Paddy Cop. Army goggles. It's because I was wearing VR the other day. I have returned. It's my new favourite voice. I have returned. Hello, Kevin, Lawrence. I am here. I have returned to the planet Earth. 14,000 years I've been gone. What have you done in my time that I was not here? I return, and what do I find?
I am not impressed.
I leave the planet to you, and this is what I return to. I am immeasurably disappointed. It's returning alien voice. I manage 14 billion planets, and yours is the most disappointing. Right, I haven't even had a cup of tea this morning. We did a 15-hour live stream yesterday. And here we are, back again. Ferrari. Oh, it's they killed it. I forgot this is iRacing. Land of Despair. Game of Despair. What car is this? We've got GT3 cars on the Nordschleife. We could do this. Oh, GT4. Did they put new tyres on the GT4 cars? Oh. Did they only do GT3? Did they put new tyres on the GT4, guys? Okay, doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't really matter, does it? No, I mean, it wouldn't make any difference, would it, really? Oh, look, there's a Ferrari fixed. Why have you got a high ping? Noob. Idiot. Fool. I haven't got any food. For breakfast, I had 2 tomatoes and a carrot. This is actually, I'm naked. This is actually because I've just been eating carrot. But, yeah, I think I'll stop eating cereal. I think I've decided. Don't need cereal. Life of carrots. But all I have, we're going somewhere with this. All I have is a kebab bread and some more salad, and I don't want to eat that right now. So I'm kind of just in this weird, I don't know what to do. It's the VR, it's mostly Theus. We actually got it working relatively well after that, yeah. 15 hours of messing around. Well, we can try this. can't register for it until 8:15. But why not? Why not try this? Let's go to German server. I really want to try something with Marvin's force feedback app. Who's up at this time? We'll do the Porsche maybe. Well, YouTube deleted half the stream. It was too intense. I don't enjoy AMS2. I don't think it's terrible, but I find it too dull. Oops, my pedals. I don't find it fun to drive. It's too sloppy for me. We need to get the techno back going. Techno. Techno makes everything good. Can techno save iRacing? I think it can. Sim brake. Hang on. Oh, it's just been very slow. Yeah. How's it going, Aussie? Why doesn't YouTube give me the YouTube chat thing where we get where people can have a leaderboard for supporters? I don't know why I don't get that. Yeah, I can't have that. Come on, YouTube. I want some exciting stuff. Oh, nice bit of fan on us here. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? It's 7:40 into morning. 7:40 morning. Kinder do. How come you guys are up? Are you in the New Zealands? I think we could change our desktop wallpaper as well. We can generate a new. What sort of thing should we generate? If we have Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. I wish I was in Germany right now. Could have yeah, it'd be nice. A nice walk in a German park would be nice. What's your question? What games? Oh, what game's great for single player? Yeah, AMS2's pretty much up there. The F1 games. BeamNG's got some fun stuff in it. We need to try that actually. I need to get that installed. I forgot. Typical counter debate. It's just a scallywag, scavenger. Well, I know. I need some more glow sticks. Right. Looks very cold in the game here. What's this? What's this essay? I use your... Hang on. Let me read the essay. Bloody hell.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you. Zodiac subscribed to the channel. Appreciate that. Welcome along. Thanks for spotting us. Hang on a second. This comment was so long. Sarge Finn. Hello, Gamer Muscle. I just got back in... I'm sorry. My condolences. Just got back into sim racing with AMS2. And I found your... greatest setting of all time. About frequencies, I also used your custom force feedback and it feels good, but if you may at some point show your pit house settings. I just turn all filters off on everything, to be honest. Also, AMS2's default force feedback is not too bad now. Like the last update, they also tweaked it. But yeah, I just have all the settings off. I mean, I can show you now actually because I'm so kind. We literally have everything off. We just turn the power down. Why is this at 700 degrees rotation? I don't know, but yeah, we just have all filters off. All the filters off. Hello, hello. How's Deutschland? We just have this filter on here. Probably don't even need that. Yeah, just that's it. you want extreme mode, radical. Radical mode. I'm a bit of a radical. It's in the sim basket. Yeah, so really on my screen on the right just blinked there. I thought we were back into the painful land of screen blinking. We've had this. That set off some trauma there. Well, the settings are dumb. They don't really do anything. I would not worry yourself. Force feedback's really stupid in sim racing. All this stuff, it's all dumb. All dumb. All dumb. 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 All dumb. I can explain stuff quickly for you. Look, I do this as a service. As a free service, right? So, no sim uses Game Spring anymore, really. Basically, it's not used. Damping. You can turn these up whilst you've got your wheel plugged in to feel what they do. Although, hang on. These are normally ignored because these are like old direct input things, I believe. I could be wrong. But you don't need to use them. Damper basically will just add damping to your wheel, so it will just give it general resistance. So for example, if you feel like your wheel is just like free rotating from force feedback like crazy and you don't like that, you can add a bit of damper. But what that will do is it means you have to push against that damper all the time, right? And so it will just make it feel heavy, like you're fighting the motor. It's not necessarily the force from the game. Any good simulator, the simulator itself, the car will have a basic thing to it anyway, so you don't really need that. But if you turn your force, if you've got high force feedback, you can add a bit of damper to it to like make it not as like loosey goosey. So that's why people use damper. Friction, again, it's kind of it's a bit like damper again, but it's more it's actually terrible. You should never put any friction on your wheel. I think it's more like friction is like an initial damper, but it's terrible. It feels awful. Don't use that. Inertia, basically the wheel wants to keep going. You don't want to use that. It's terrible. So basically, it's only really, and then interpolation if the signal from the game is like really like grainy and noisy. But you're better off not using that. You're better off using this and turning down some of these effects because that'll have a similar effect. And games normally have like filtering built into them now anyway. So just use those from the game. Yeah, you probably want to put an R5 on 100%. But yeah, if you put dampening, what you'll find is that your wheel is basically getting in the way of the signal from the game, which if you've got a really strong force feedback wheel might not be an issue. But yeah, I don't like them. I want my wheel to be as loose as possible and to feel what the simulator's putting out. And I tend to drive with weaker force feedback. Like we have the wheel set at 40% strength here. So yeah. But just fiddle around with it. You can have the settings on your screen whilst you're driving. Just mess around with it. It's part of the fun, right? Like, I tell you a problem in sim racing, and it's a problem with a lot of stuff now. Is hang on, I need to pop this out. Pop it out. there's an issue in the just sort this out. People don't want to try things out for themselves, or they do, but they want to be told by an authority for them to then trust it. People should just fiddle with stuff. Just fiddle, see what happens, and learn it, and then understand it. And then there's so many like guide videos, which some of them are really helpful. I'm not saying they're all bad. Like mine are obviously all perfect. But there's so many guide videos. At the end of the day, I can tell you as someone that has made quite a few, it's just whatever, right? It's just made up. It's like everything's made up, guys. Everything's made up. I think that's a mistake that a lot of people... I've fallen for this. You can think that it's not made up. It can seem like it isn't made up. But it is. It's all made up. That's today's philosophical lesson. It's all made up. Bricks, roads, the laws, everything is made up. It's all just made up. That's not a good or bad thing. Could be good, could be bad. But it's worth recognising that it's all made up. Even your interpretation of everything is made up. It's all made up. It's all made up. Don't even know what I'm saying. I made that up. I'm wearing makeup. Oh no, it's something else. Well, nature's made up, but it's not made up by people. I mean, we are nature though, so maybe it is. I mean, it is made up in your head, isn't it? It's all made up. Can't escape it. That was a robot, by the way, that was making nature. Yeah. I think a lot of people have a tendency not to question things. Like, if it's like an authority that's put together something, they're like, oh, that's how it is. And it is how it is, but it is how it is by someone that's made it up. And they might have done a good job of making it up, but it's not necessarily the case. And it might still be completely arbitrary. You know, like this whole Spa in a GT3 car situation is actually utterly insane. When you really think about it, someone put down a load of concrete in the Belgian countryside, which is actually mental, to drive very expensive cars around. Actually insane. Let's put my wheel on the right setting. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh dear, what did I... Did I have it set on 540 in the game? Oh, I did. That's random. Don't normally do that. Oh, the old Spa is awesome, isn't it? Good morning, new sub. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How did that happen? Did you have a concussion? Rip. Oh no, my right hand screen's blinking on and off. It's not affecting my other screen though. Is this the new NVIDIA driver issue? At least it's not affecting my other screens though. Affy Cups, thanks for subscribing, appreciate that.
DD me silly.
8 months, thank you. Do we have cold tyres on this, on the Porsche as well? Or is are they warm in practice? put tyre warmers on? Oh, they look like they're warm. They put tyre warmers on in practice. Mr. Cold Tyres here. What's the cheapest way to give it a try? To do like, they do promotions like F4. They have promotions with the F4 car. It's not a cheap game though. I wouldn't bother playing it unless you're happy to spend £350 a year on a simulator that's got, shall we say, has its own physics quirks. You can have a lot of fun playing it. I slept okay. I went to bed at like 4 p.m, woke up at 9 p.m. Then I watched a load of videos on gliders. Then I read a book. And then I went back to sleep at like 2 a.m. till 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. Wasn't too bad. Hello, Channel VR. Good morning. Well, I listen to audiobooks. I don't tend to read. I don't mind reading, actually. I just like listening, though. I just like listening to audiobooks. Really monotone audiobooks. That's my favourite. Why is my right-hand screen flashing on and off? Windows. It's not affecting my middle screen though. This is good. Maybe this is part of the new NVIDIA driver update. I think what time was the race at? Was it at 8 something?
Car right. Clear on the right.
I have like really severe monitor turning off anxiety from because in the where's he going?
Right.
Because in the past it would just go off. No warning. And then it would cause this one to go off. I need to check what time the race starts. Just waiting for the moment that the tyres give out. Oh, nice one, Just Dave. Oh, that's me. Well, it's well nice when you get new equipment. It's really bad. Like, it's terrible because it's it's just dirty consumerism, isn't it? And you don't need it. There's literally people starving to death and people fighting wars and just horrendous stuff. And then there's us with our stupid toys. there's people dying on the streets. And then you're like, I got a steering wheel. But it is nice. It is nice. So excited. What's the talk of the Evo Pro? It's like 12 newton meters is a really good. Anything over 12 is like it does make quite a sizable feel difference. Well, there's no point in feeling guilty. There's no point feeling guilty or not guilty. Oh, 80, yeah, I'll be awesome. I need to get one to try actually. Yeah. Anyway, see if we can join the session here.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
There's no point in feeling guilty, but I think you have to recognise stuff. That's what I think. So that's my view on it. 8:15. Oh, we almost missed it. Ah. Right, hang on. What are we doing? Oh, we're in the practice. Yeah, I think it's fine to go. Here's problems in the world, and it's utterly absurd that I'm doing this. Like right now, like me live streaming and stuff, like what I do in my life. It's utterly ridiculous. But there's no point feeling guilty about it. Should feel ambivalent. Yeah, recognising. That's the thing, isn't it? Recognising, because if you were in a bad situation, you wouldn't want someone else that's enjoying themselves to feel bad, right? Well, I wouldn't. Maybe some people do. Maybe some people do, but I wouldn't. Like, I'm really happy when other people are better off than me. Well, I mean, I don't care. So it's like, but if I was, so all that matters to an individual is are they not in suffering particularly, right? After that, it's all a bonus, right? But if you were in a bad situation, you'd be like, well, it doesn't really affect me if someone else is having a good time. I'm happy for them. I'm not happy for this monitor blinking on and off. I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. So yeah, there's no point feeling guilty, but you should feel guilty. So it's just funny. I always feel that way with equipment and stuff. I'm always like, oh well, this is a bit mental. I'm going to turn this monitor to 50 Hz. I don't know why it's flashing on and off. Probably need to unplug it and plug it back in. With some weird, stupid NVIDIA thing going on. Thought we'd fix this problem. It's not affecting the other monitors though, so that's nice. Slip angle kick. Nice. Was my ass on? I'm not sure if my ass was on. Just now. My sim hub. Let's see. Ah. Oh, my USB. No, it wasn't on. My USB's turned off for some reason. I thought my ass wasn't shaking. You kind of get used to it, and then it's just there, and you kind of just accept it. That it's like, oh. Oh well, we'll sort it out another time. It might make you faster. That it might actually make people faster. It's just not. It's one of those things where it's just not a simple, clear-cut thing. So it's like, yeah, it wouldn't necessarily make someone faster, but it's not that clear-cut, is it? So I would say anything over 5 newton meters will make someone faster on average over the course of 5 races. If they did 5 races, they would probably do better if you were to take someone's pace over 10 races, and they're using like, oh, thank you very much, Crisps.
Ew.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. If you took 10 races, and they're on a shitty wheel, like under like a very low end wheel, I would argue it's quite likely that they would do better or have better results or be less likely to bin it than if they had a shittier wheel. Because there's stuff that you'll catch stuff with a DD wheel that you might not with a lower end wheel, and it depends. Like once you got past 5 Nm, it also depends on how you drive. No, I have to use G-Sync because of the way I have everything set up. Yeah, it also depends how you drive. So there's a lot of people. Did I unplug my... Oh, I did unplug that. I don't even know what I'm doing. My 15 hours of live streaming yesterday. My brain's gone to mush today. Oh, well. So there's a whole load of sim racers that they drive everything like iRacing, right? So they always drive into the slip. They don't actively drive because you can't in iRacing, or it's very disincentivized, or they're maybe not that good at driving. So in which case, it doesn't really matter what wheel you're using because you're doing everything preemptive. There's a whole load of people that don't drive from the force feedback at all. Well, in that case, no wheel's going to make any difference, is it? And that's a lot of sim racers. 905 in Switzerland privilege. I get out. I don't want any Swiss people in here with their nice countryside. We don't want any of those people with their fancy countryside watching this channel. I'm sorry, you've got nice enough hillside. You're not allowed to watch this. I refuse to entertain. If you live near the coast in a nice country or in the mountains, anywhere nice, you're not allowed to watch. I refuse to entertain you. Go walking in the hills. I hate people from nice countries, French people as well with their pastries and their like retirement and their and their workers' rights. That absolutely disgusts me. Cape Cod, get out. Cape Cod sounds like a Tudor piece of clothing. I do have to...
Car right.
Why are you driving into me?
Clear on the right.
Does that mean that I need to leave as someone from the Lake District? Yeah, banned. Let's be honest, the Lake District's not quite as nice as the Swiss mountains. I'll let you pass. I'll let you stay. Not that the Lake District's bad. Like, I do like the Lake District. I think it's very nice, but it's not the Swiss mountains, is it? Let's not kid ourselves. Pretty much everything in the UK is a bit shit compared to other parts of the world. It's pleasant, and you're not going to get eaten by a bear. That's good. Let's be honest as well. Lake District. It's not as good as the Peak District, is it? What's better, peaks or lakes? It's weird how the Brits call him like districts. It sounds like something out of a 1980s science fiction film. Welcome to the Peak District. You have entered the Lake District. You will never leave. District as a word automatically sounds very dystopian. The Lake Zone. That's better. That sounds like 90s.
You are in the lake zone.
What's the best word to describe a region? It should be called region. That'd be more nice. The lake region. Welcome to the lake region. It is a region of the earth filled with lakes and nothing else. But unlike the ocean, there is land surrounding this body of water. Enjoy the lake region with a fresh ice cream. But be careful, for it is cold in the winter. Yeah, I think region's better than district. What else could we call it? Okay. Watch out! Ow! Bloody hell, peak force feedback there.
You cut the course, you've got to slow down and give up that time.
No noob doubt, but here... What? No noob doubt here. Since it has to be driven in a very predictable, fast way, isn't it better cars to learn trail... What car's that? iRacing's good for learning trail braking. iRacing's a good simulator for forcing you to learn how to drive smooth on your pedals, because that's the only way you can drive it. The peak zone comes before binning it. It's also the most realistic. Well, it's not a Simcade, is it? That's the thing. Oh. I do want to do some more VR, but it's quite warm. And I'm just sort of, after 15 hours of doing VR settings, I kind of just want to just chat and relax. 15. No, to be fair, we spent like 6 hours racing subscribers in AC, and then we spent like 12 or 10 hours doing VR. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't even mind it. I actually quite enjoyed it. I'm ill. Like there is. I've had messages from other streamers in the past, and they go, you need to be careful, mate, you'll get burnt out. And I don't actually get burnt out from it. That's what's weird. I get physically exhausted, like my shoulders and arms I have to be really careful of, but I don't get mentally burnt out from it, which is really strange. I probably wonder, but then again, I'm the type of person that will one day, I'll just go, right, I'm not doing that anymore. There you go. So that'll probably happen. You know, I've done that with a few things. I'll be like, yeah, don't like that anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. There you go. I think I just, yeah. Pole positions where it's no over the road racing. We need to try some BeamNG out today. Can you remind me if I forget, guys? Well, those jolts are really bad for your joints. Exactly, Wadham. You know, 100%. I'm using Marvin's app, yeah. I was just wondering, I'm trying some stuff out now actually with it. It's really, really good. He's done such a good job. Like, I wish every game had force feedback settings, how Marvin's app works. It's actually how it should be. You can very clearly see what the wheel is. You can also add in some oversteer stuff if you want to. I tend not to use it, but you know, you can add that in. It is morning, yeah. Let's just test the netcode here. Oh, that was alright. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, the way that you can adjust settings on Marvin's force feedback up is superb. Absolutely top notch. He should get an award. Hello, Jimmy Jones.
Go right.
Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Jones. That sounds like a cult leader.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Jimmy Jones. Come to my encampment. Yes. The comet will arrive and then we shall journey away. Oh, I don't think I trust you anymore, Mr. Jimmy Jones. Oh, bloody hell. Do you remember Heaven's Gate, guys? That still is like really... for some reason, that... Well, for a very obvious reason, it was incredibly creepy, but I think I was pretty young when that happened. And I remember reading about it, and also the Kool-Aid thing. That stuff's so creepy. Heaven's Gate is like, if you look at the reading, like, just look at the images and the whole thing. It's the video. Oh my god, it's like it's worse than X-Files. Dare you to recover the oversteer? Why do you say that? This is not a Simcade title, so you have to. That's why this is, you know. It's skill issue as well, that's the other problem, so you have to keep that in mind. It can be frustrating when you have low force feedback wheel. Yeah, it's like having a low force feedback wheel is like having an ugly face. You'll go through life and it'll just be harder, right? And you won't really know why. You'll be like, why are other people finding it easier? Why is it so hard? You're just ugly. And that's like it's having a low strength force feedback wheel. It's just easier for people that aren't ugly, right? So you've got to keep that in mind. So always, if you've got a high strength force feedback wheel, be considerate to people that don't. It's also the most realistic. That's on my other Steam Deck, which is not working right now. Don't have it set up. It's also the most realistic. A Buddha revolution. Oh, tea and coffee, beautiful. I don't know what's wrong with me this morning. I had all I had was a 2 tomatoes and a carrot, and actually that felt okay. This could be the new breakfast. You're not supposed to put tomatoes in the fridge, but I quite like them. I like cold tomatoes. So just eating whole tomatoes. Steam Deck's awesome, yeah, really good for if you like casual like indie games and stuff. It's not the best ergonomics for comfort, but it's a good device. Matty Matt, weird question. I had my 7-year-old cousin over, wanted to try the wheel, so I started him on AC. Do you know any game on a wheel that's nice to ease someone into sim racing? Probably Wreckfest. Wreckfest 2 is probably would be the best. Wreckfest 2 and BeamNG would be the best thing for someone getting into it, because they'll find it funny, and humour's the only point of living. So get them on Wreckfest. And actually, Wreckfest 2 actually drives realistically, which is funny. Yeah, Wreckfest 2 actually has quite realistic physics. Forza's not... Wreckfest is a lot more realistic than Forza. And also more like a simulator. Forza's good though. Forza Horizon is really good. But the problem with Forza is, I think it's too consumerist and car culturist, I think. If I had kids, I would want to install into them a sense of how evil consumerism and capitalism is. So I would be like, yeah, play Forza, but keep in mind that these car companies are the definition of evil. They're not really. It's just the world we live in, guys. You know. It's not the car company. It's just the culture. It's car culture. It's not even the car companies. It's the culture surrounding cars is really car culture is the worst culture ever. Like, genuinely, it's the dumbest culture that humans have come up with. I'm not about like race driving. I'm on about like the sort of, I've bought a road car and I've just put a big exhaust pipe on it for 4 horsepower. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, car culture is the worst thing that humans have currently invented. Some people would say it's the atom bomb. I'd say it's car culture. At least the atom bomb will remove stupidity from humanity. That's not... Car culture probably won't do that, unfortunately. Oh, you can be stoic. You can be stoic and identify that car culture is absolutely moronic. You can enjoy car culture. You can enjoy it and still identify that it's moronic. Like, I mean, sim racing is pretty dumb. Like, really is very stupid. I mean, there's so much of sim racing that ties into car culture, and it is terrible. You can still enjoy it. Just have to be honest. Hello, Pan ID. Good night, smoking tyres. Tears? Smoking tears? Exactly, it's made up. That's how they get you. It's all made up. I need to put a brake dead zone in iRacing. I always accidentally push the brake pedal in iRacing. I don't know why. This is the Porsche tank. To be honest,
Green flag, green flag.
putting audio equipment in a road car is not actually a bad thing. That's actually a good part of car culture.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I don't know, smoking years. Smoking tears. I can't read, come on. Expect me to be able to read and drive at the same time. Well, so there's some really, really dumb stuff. It's just... That's true. See, Niels knows what happened. I told you not to bring that up, Niels. You know I'm sensitive about that incident. God. I start crying because he said he would never bring it up. And then I lost my hair. Imagine. That'd be really funny. I'm actually crying. I'm well good at acting. Wow, my acting ability is on another level. My eyes are watering. Instant tears, guys. Yeah, I was just thinking back to the time it happened. I just imagine how that would look visually. Someone sat in a car and then the hair falls off from a subwoofer. It would take a lot of force. I mean, there probably would be a specific frequency, but you would have to. It would have to vibrate the hair out of the hair follicle. So I imagine it would be enough. I imagine the amount of audio required would also cook you. So I don't think it would work. I mean, I don't think it would actually be. I don't think there'd be a way of physically doing it without cooking someone. I want to know now. Can you remove someone's hair with audio without killing them?
One more lap.
That could be a really convenient way to shave. No, I actually quite like the audio tuning part of car thing. It actually makes sense because it's just not outright dumb. So the car culture thing that's really moronic is the whole. Well, first of all, road cars just don't work as fast cars. Like by definition, they can't. It's just physics. Like the more mass a car has, the worse it will behave. And by default, a road car has to have like airbags and sound dampening and all this stuff in it, right? That just goes against its performance entirely. And you can't get around it. You could put really good car systems in it and all this other stuff and make it faster, bigger engine and stuff, but it will always be a worse car. So it's like how modern Formula 1 cars. Wow, we didn't get to finish that. It's like how modern Formula 1 cars are. They might be faster, but they are fundamentally worse race cars than older Formula 1 cars, purely because they're just heavy, right? So even with Formula 1 cars, the same thing sort of applies. So, but then what's stupid is the whole. So they're arbitrarily selecting a car because it's made by a manufacturer, so it's a brand that you like because you were brainwashed as a child, and then arbitrarily going, oh, I'm taking this car because it's the one I can afford at this point in time, and then going, I'm now going to keep upgrading this arbitrarily selected vehicle in a way that's actually meaningless on a greater context, for the sake of just upgrading this specific context because of some completely arbitrary financial things initially. Like, it's so dumb. And then it actually breaks my brain how dumb it is. But then that's fine. If someone's enjoying themselves doing it, that's fine. Do whatever you want. There's lots of dumb stuff that people do. But the problem is the way they don't recognise how stupid it is, and people will get offended. They will get very, very offended if you point out to them how completely dumb it is, right? They will defend it to death. They don't recognise how stupid it is, and that's the biggest issue.
One to go. Next time by, line up on the left side.
It's totally fine.
2,774.
It's totally fine to do stupid stuff.
Let's take opportunities.
it's totally fine to do stupid stuff.
Waiting on the final
But
car
you just
grid.
people just have to be honest. That's all. Because everybody does stupid. I mean, I'm an idiot, but I'm having fun. But I'm an absolute idiot, and that's fine.
Good race, guys.
Smokers. Well, no, but that's fine. The smokers is fine as well. Like, if you are totally honest, I guess. Well, actually, you could have a philosophical debate on that. You go. Well, from a pragmatist perspective, you would go, well, that's just because they're being honest. Pragmatically speaking, they're still doing harm to themselves. But then, at least they've made a choice of will. So I do think it is different. Yeah, people taking stuff serious. Exactly, it's that whole. You can take something seriously whilst realising it's completely ridiculous. It's being able to enjoy something, put a lot of effort into it, but also identify the seriousness does not make it anything more than what it is. So humans have a tendency to try and make believe something, to then try and make something bigger than what it actually is, or to make something not what it is, or to justify something more. They invent a additional fictional layer, and often that takes the form of taking something seriously, when actually people should just be completely honest about stuff and go, it's ridiculous, everything's ridiculous, really. Put all your effort into it, absolutely enjoy it, love it, get the most out of it, spend your time doing it, but don't delude yourself that it isn't just as stupid as everything else. That's the thing. And the more people delude themselves about something, the worse things get for everyone.
About to go green. Stay focused.
Maybe they're happy though. Maybe I'm the idiot.
Post car is off.
So, definitely I am the idiot. What's going on here? Ah! That's not the start line. Bloody hell. Thought we were going then. I thought the robo voice person was saying it's go time.
Catch up. 17 car. Green.
I mean, bloody hell. They're definitely doing some cheeky stuff in front.
Sorry, dude. Didn't realise you were there. Sorry.
I was like, why is everyone being so slow? Is it me? Am I the problem? For a moment, I thought I was an ambulance driving through a city. I think we seem to have tyre warmers on here, so maybe now they've for the fixed thing they'd put tyre warmers back on to make it more forgiving. Always you. Which is probably a good idea. It's unrealistic. Which is it's a shame that iRacing would do such a sim. Oh, here we go.
Car ahead.
It's a shame that they would do such a simcade thing.
Slow car ahead. Still there. Go left. The next car's the leader.
You know.
Stay on the right. Clear. Left side. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Hold your line.
We have to be careful here. This isn't LMU. If this guy taps us, we're dead.
Stay on the right.
0x. Oh, we were right there. Fair play.
Clear.
Fair play. Got to remember this is not a Simcade title, so you have to be careful for car contacts. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I watched that. Chris Harris videos are good. Do you mean Chris Harris Ferrari video? Did he do one? I watched. Do you mean Ben Collins?
Car ride. Still there.
Chris Harris videos are good as well.
Still there.
See, if I don't lift here, I think this guy's going to wreck me.
Stay on the left. Clear.
Turns out I was correct. Oh
Right
dear.
side.
Played too many Sims, guys.
Still there. Hold your line.
I have
Clear.
done too much sim racing. Jesus Christ. That was me predicting the future. I
Right
can't even
side.
defend that because he will just rear end me.
Still there.
Bloody hell, this game.
Still there.
To be fair, I went
Still
off the
there. Hold
road.
your line.
I shouldn't really try and block the
Clear
car
on
that
the
didn't go
right.
off the road. And he was there, so. Yeah, everyone saw the big crash on the Nords. It was really good, actually, that no one got hurt and a load of influencers got a lot of content. And then everyone could have the same discussion about every time there's a Nords crash. Who was to blame? Cars are dangerous. The Nordschleifer tourist farted is crazy. Is it someone's fault? Should they change the rules? I can't believe the Nordschleifer exists. Every time. And then when someone does die, they're like, we really care. It's like, oh, but what about all the thousands of people dying every day from preventable starvation? Oh, they didn't die in a car on a racetrack, so we don't care about them.
Keep to the left.
I guess it's true, it's boring. That's the problem with, like,
Stay
malaria.
on the left. Clear on the right. Car right.
Oh! I'll move over because
Stay
otherwise
on the
you'll wreck
left.
me. I know how this works.
Keep to the left.
If I held my line there, we'd have been dead. Yeah.
Stay on the left.
They need to make malarial deaths more like car accidents, and then maybe people would want to do something about it.
Still there. Hold your line. Clear on
Well,
the
I
right.
had to yield, and now we've lost 2 places. Because I'd rather finish the race. I mean, I didn't have to yield, but we would have wrecked us. Well, hello. Really weird that. I mean, obviously. There we go.
Go left.
Thanks for taking him out. Appreciate that. So us not yielding meant that he got murdered by someone else. It's weird how Le Mans Ultimate, which is a Simcade title, does not have cars turning on and off like this and bouncing up and down. You know, it's
There's an
really
infinite ahead.
strange. I mean, but obviously, you know, this is the most realistic simulator. And I can say I've watched quite a lot of GT3 racing, and you do often see cars flashing on and off. Someone could, right, a really miserable person could say, if a developer is willing to have netcode where cars flash on and off and bounce up and down, maybe that very same developer would be the same sort of developer to completely negate some aspects of physics. That's what someone could say that. I'm not saying that that would be correct, but someone could say that it would be an indication that a developer could have glaringly obvious flaws that they seemingly don't address for over 15 years. But that would be very cynical,
The car in P2. Just set the
toxic
fastest
and
lap.
unproductive
Good,
thing
mate.
to say. So it's not something that I would say. Is he gone again? Schrodinger's Mercedes.
He's a little bit too dangerous for a shot.
Why is that? merry-go-round thing. What are they called? Big wheel. It's a very small big wheel. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than that. I wish I'd gone on that whilst I was there, actually. I've not been on a big wheel for a long time. I think I might test my luck next time I see one and go on one. I think the last big wheel I went on was the London Eye when I was like 12. I do have a fear of heights, though. Most people are like, oh, Ferris wheel, that's relaxing. To me, it's the most terrifying ride. Also, they do look like they're going to break at any moment. Nothing's more scary than potential energy. Especially when you weigh as much as me. If you think about it, obese people should be more afraid of heights than slim people. Maybe they're not that. Maybe what it is that obese people are like, ha, potential energy, you don't scare me. I'm going to show you by eating too many biscuits. But don't be mean to Morad. He's a nice guy. Called Moron. I bet he's never heard that before.
You're losing on the current,
I actually agree with a lot of stuff that Morad says, to be honest. And I quite like him. I get the impression he doesn't like me because I think he reads YouTube comments from mental iRacers and then thinks what I've said is not what I've said. But I actually quite like him. So there's no point being mean to people. Yeah, he's actually... when I met him years ago at Spa 24, and he's all right. Like, it's good fun. Went along with being stupid. So, we're just languishing here in 15th. Kind of lost the tail. We need more pace. We've not got a braking down here. I think they're going to crash in front, though, so...
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead.
There it
Car
is.
stops on the right. We can move up.
Do I win an award for these predictions? I have to say, I've sim raced too much.
There's an incident ahead.
Yes! Oh, it's the flashy car. You don't sim race anymore. It's just arcade racing on LMU. It's basically Mario Kart. I mean, to be fair, look, guys. To be fair, one of the aspects of iRacing that is really nice in its physics and force feedback, it's got way better force feedback than LMU. But one of the nice things is that you do get in iRacing, as long as you're not actually on the tyres at low speed, like if you're not in like aggressive slip and if you've got downforce, you do get really nice granular control of the rotation of the vehicle on the brakes. It's very drawn out and sluggish, but and the accelerator response as well. It does have like very granular control through the pedals, right? Which LMU doesn't have to that degree. So, you know, my contention with iRacing is purely the tyres at the limit and it punishes you for doing totally natural driving, but it does have some aspects to it that are actually way better than LMU. So, I mean, it's also the most realistic, just to keep that in mind. Well, I only use brakes that have that require 500 kilograms of input as well. Anything less would be Simcade. I actually play Daytona with load cell pedals.
What the move? Come on.
The voice chat. I never actually liked Daytona, to be honest. I think they missed the mark with it. I think the levels look really nice. Like the oval with like the waterfall and stuff, and it being kind of indoors and out. That's awesome. The graphics of Daytona were really, really good. Amazing graphics. But the handling of the vehicles is terrible. So, Sega Rally nailed it so much more. But maybe Daytona wasn't trying to be realistic. Sega Rally is actually top notch. Like, really, really good. Really... Sega Rally feels connected. So, sorry Daytona fans. Take that. Need for Speed 2, that's too recent. I'm talking about the classics here. Yeah.
The leader just did
I think
17.515.
I think Daytona's overrated. I'm sorry. Can we have a vote in chat? Daytona versus Sega Rally. Well, first of all, Sega Rally has better force feedback, better physics. Well, for an oval game, Daytona's stages is really nice. One thing that always confused me as a kid, though, was the whole high-speed, low-speed gear thing. Do you remember? Like, they'd have, like, 4 gears. Or even just 2. Why didn't they just have a H pattern? I never understood that with those games. And you'd forget to change gear because you didn't understand it as a kid. Well, I didn't. I was a bit slow, but... Yeah, Sega Rally's awesome. And the tracks were great. Graphics great. Cockpit view as well, really nice. You spent any £1 you could get your hands on the arcade with Sega Rally. Yeah, it was quite expensive though, wasn't it? It got to that... Sega Rally was just before the sort of £1.50 type games. And then, to be honest, they shouldn't have cost more than 50p. And compared to pinball, like, you could put £1 in a pinball machine and you would get, like, 4 balls. Which you could keep... For £1, you could spend 30 minutes at a pinball machine. But... an arcade game like Daytona and Sega Rally, £1 would get you like 10 minutes. Terrible. You could keep pinballs going for ages if you're good at pinball. Yeah, pinball was always like... Was it like 50p for 1 ball and then £1 for 3 balls? I want to get a pinball table myself, but I don't have space.
Right
And I
side,
really can't afford it either.
clear.
Oh, his livery looks nice. Look at that kind of matte. That's a really nice colour. I think it's just a default iRacing livery, but... Who doesn't like balls? Hang on, you're shit at pinball, Niels.
Yo, Tony, I'm good here, man. I'm
3
not gonna fight you.
seconds. You just have to play it to get used to it. It's really good, but it's like gliders. People have forgotten pinball. It's so good, pinball. I love it. But I don't really like simulated pinball. I really like a real pinball table. Kind of loses its tactility without a table. Well, there's actually quite a lot of debate in the pinball scene on pinball simulator realism.
The pace car is out of control.
I don't really talk about pinball on this channel. It's a weird hobby I've had for a long time, actually. Like the VR pinball, like Pinball FX and... what's it bloody called? There's I always forget his name. The There's a pinball simulator.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel
I mean,
left.
there's virtual pinball, but there's a pinball simulator that has all the classic tables on it. But there's big debates between the physics of the different games. I'm not that good at pinball, so it's hard for me to call it. I do quite like how Pinball FX plays, though, to be honest. And I like some of their tables. I quite like simple pinball tables, though. I know. When it comes to physics, people get very serious. Thing is, it's another one of those things with pinball tables. If you're very good at pinball games, marginally different physics differences in a game that's pretending to be something. This is actually a good video. It would be a good video to help explain why people, sim racers and pinball players, like why very small physics differences become big things for those types of players when you develop the skill to do something, and then when the thing that you're doing is claiming to be real, is claiming to be an analog to something else. If you've learned a specific skill set and then one game is totally different from another and you can't use your actual highly developed skills, it's why it's obviously gonna wind certain people up. But sadly, no one cares about pinball. How can we make that video get views? Nudity. But yeah, no, I love. There's really good virtual pinball tables now with flat TVs and transducers. And you even have like some of the old pinball manufacturers making new pinball tables in limited runs, but they're between £6,000 and £15,000. So two grand you can get some. Jaxa, I think what it is that Spa is a very easy track to drive. Not necessarily to drive it the best, but it's a lot of drafting, and so what it means is that noob drivers don't get taken out by the track. They take out other drivers. So that's why like Road America is like that as well. How you doing, man? Guys, check out Jaxa's channel. He's absolutely killing it with his live streams. Give him a sub.
Right to win, holy shit.
Yeah, we were just braking really early. We need to
Car stopped on the right.
learn the brake points.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
Yes! Was that the finish line? I think it was. I should have pushed him over the finish line.
There's the flag. It's over. Bring it back to the pits. We're going.
Brother, I knew my mother was a slag. I knew she was lying when she said she was going out for a swim. My mother. Oh dear. Yeah. Curse my mother. Well, that went well. That was fun driving. We need to get faster at that.
Oj, vad annars kom? Åt
Hang on, we finished. Did we finish one down from our? Oh, it was a terrible race. I thought we were doing all right. We actually did awful. I thought we were up there. I was like, oh, we're doing well, good. No, we didn't. It was awful. Oh well, we need to just get up to pace. Keep playing iRacing. Oh, what is going on? Yeah, we'll do some more Spa. It's nice and chill. Everything's Spa because of the Spa 24 thing they're doing. Dear. We might have to do the open setup one. Has anyone got a setup they can shuffle my way for the Spa, for a Spa time? Yeah, it's nice and relaxing. Bit of Spa. Good bit, you know. I find the tracks where the cars are rolling faster, they tend to work better with iRacing physics. When you've got downforce, the cars actually the grip returns from slip. When's this start? 11 PM. I'm not one man in the Spa 24. That would be a terrible idea. Is there a new rookie BMW? I don't know. The BMW really boring to drive. GR Cups at Suzuka, but there's only 2 people registered. But that's not me relatively entertaining. Oh, I don't want to drive in the wet. What car is it? Yeah, I don't really enjoy that. Why is everything Spa? What is going on? Oh, is it this one? Simucube GT Sprint. I don't know, Jax. I don't know what I'm doing with iRacing. I only really play iRacing when it's early in the morning and stuff, when other sims don't really have people in it, and mostly just for the voice chat and for the bonus of getting shouted at by rabid iRacing fans. He doesn't enjoy that. It's good fun though. That's what we're here for. I need to... Is the default setup competitive on this open setup? That's something that LMU does really well. Is that for at least for like split 2 and 3, the open setups, the default setups they offer are totally competitive. Probably not in the top split, but every sim should do that. You're too positive, Jacksaw, to wind people up. You're too yeah, you wouldn't really wind anyone up. What's a wet chin? I don't know these insults. What's a wet chin? Oh, someone that's dribbling. I've never heard that before. That's not very fair to like Stephen Hawking, is it? The insults. Oh dear. I'll be careful. That could be like really, really offensive. Like it's impossible to know now what is, because you can say some things that are actually very incredibly offensive, right? Or should be, and people will be like, "Oh yeah, that's fine." And then you can say something that really shouldn't be offensive and is arbitrarily being deemed to be incredibly offensive, and it's like, well, hang on. So it's impossible now. Basically, don't say anything. That's the lesson. Just only say, only be nice. Only be nice. Don't be mean. His chin always had a glisten. Maybe he just wasn't very good at drinking liquids.
Es que en este circuito el medio va muy bien, Paco. Yo estoy probando un seta y con el medio estoy haciendo también mejores tiempos que con este. Me va.
Oh man, I left the tea bag in that cup. It tasted like baked beans. Don't know what's going on there. Well strong. CrowdStrike, they seem like good people to maintain my IT infrastructure. Hello, Paul Smith. Paul Smith. On the Smith and Sniff podcast, listeners email in and always start their emails with "Hello to two absolute flutes." And what's that in reference to? I don't know what that means. I just don't even know. What does that mean, though? I'm. Oh, hang on. We're doing the race with the default setup here. I don't even know what's going on. Bloody hell. Are you back in up north, Mr. Paul, by the way? Yeah, well, so there's the thing with offence, isn't it? It's like, people. So what it is, different people will find different things offensive, and some things you could probably argue are more or less reasonable to be offended by, or some things are expressly attack marginalised groups or something. But, it's the whole intention thing, isn't it? Context, intention, and then weaponised offence. It's a boring conversation. And then what's politically... Yeah, and then what happens is it's what's politically deemed to be... What an average of people know that an average of people won't accept. And so then that's what frames the politics of what is acceptable and what isn't. And it's often outside of any reasonable discussion on the thing as well, or any reasonable view. Well, yeah, because it's like I find there's a whole load of things that I think are demonstrably incredibly offensive that we just accept in society and don't even bat an eyelid to. But I'm not going mental over them, even though there's things that, like mutilating children, running over people, pollution, animal cruelty, sugar in tea, wealth inequality. Those things are like absolutely disgusting. But so what? What? People leaving dog shit on the pavement and not picking it up. I think that's terrible. I think it's disgusting. Like, if I was to walk around the street shitting on the street, people would probably be very annoyed, right? But apparently, most people agree it's annoying to litter dog shit, but it happens all the time, so they don't really police it, do they? So, there's just a whole load of things that are like actual things that actually affect people every single day that we just let slide. But then some arbitrary political stuff, people gets really worked up over, and you're like, well, hang on, where's the consistency on this? But yeah, definitely death penalty for people that put sugar in tea. It's not like you're offended and then wake up with leprosy. Is Steve Hughes the guy that did the gay joke? The thing about gays are like the least gay because they're like, oh, straight men, what a nice woman, all soft and delicate. It's really good. Is that the same guy? Smileable. Local Facebook group. Police dog affluent on the footpath. Right, we need... Oh, bloody hell, I need a setup, guys. Do we have a... What do we do here? Bloody hell. Oh, I don't have a setup. Should we just go for... What's Spy? Spy medium downforce? Medium downforce sprint. Why would they not, in a monthly subscription game, just put setups in here that are, like, competitive? Like, these are the things that I think people... I'm surprised people don't go mental about. It's like a basic... It's a basic thing, right? Like, why are iRacers such pushovers? Oh, it's because it's the most realistic sim. I forgot. Well, it's because horses. There's a very real risk that you'll hurt your back lifting up a horse turd. Have you tried lifting an entire horse turd? I mean, the Porsche. Hang on, have we got tyre warmers now? Have they decided that cold tyres was bad for gameplay? Yeah, it definitely looks like... Well, we got the display.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
44. $161. First trail break of the day. Yeah. Most of the GT3 cars have like big... As an indication of how not good a lot of GT3 race drivers are, the GT3 cars on their dash have huge, like really obvious tyre displays to say, look, tyres are cold. Thanks, Samia. Right.
Mario Kart ist der best Simulator Blattdrill.
Ease yourself in. You pull a game of muscle. Thank you very much for the high skill donation there. Using our donation link. I really appreciate that. That goes straight to my bank account. Straight to the tea bags. Jack Biggins, thanks for subscribing.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course.
Yeah, I wanted to try some settings on with Marvin's app for the oversteer. This is why we're on iRacing now, so...
You cut the course, you've got to slow down and give up that time.
I don't think we can even catch that if the slip starts there. Oh, we got to go to the pits. Turkus! Thanks for joining. Oh, here we go. Beautiful DD girl. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a such a lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel rotating in targets. Bed tonight. DD girl, you dreaming girl. AccuForce, Fanatec, and you cubes in magic. It's a dreamy, 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 DD girl. or she will fry. DD girl with a DD wheel, rotating in Tarkus's bed tonight. DD girl, plugged her into the wall, that's right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tarkus, appreciate the membership there. Welcome to the Teabag Land. Well, I don't think we're doing qualifying because we hit. Oh dear. Yeah, we ain't. Thanks for subscribing, Miller here. When we're not even getting a single lap in. We weren't even pushing on those out laps at all.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Funny story. A GT3 driver once told me that what tends to happen with the cold tyres is that the cars tend to just go into sloppy understeer and not just bin you off the track. But I think they're probably lying. So I don't trust anyone these days. Look at this fog. Quite a nice display on the Porsche. Not sure which car has the best dash. Like I think BMWs have quite good dashes, if I'm remembering correctly. I wouldn't smile a ball, no. Oh. What a successful qualifying that was. That's true, Blown Pista Motorsports, exactly, yeah. Oh well, God forbid there ever been like a YouTuber that sacrifices copious amounts of income through some idiotic, stupid compulsion to say what they're thinking. God forbid there was one of them. What an idiot! we better silence them quickly. What's the fuel needed for this? How long's the race? 20-minute race. 30 litres. I mean, it's a Porsches eat fuel, don't they? Oh shit, it's 40 minutes. God, how much fuel? Why is there not a default setup? Oh, one stop, 50 litres. Okay. So we just put 50 litres in and then we pit. I don't even have my pit stuff set up. So hang on, is this because of LMU that they've tried to engineer this to be more like LMU? Not a bad idea. I mean, it's good. It's a good format. It's quite funny though to see that one game doing something slightly like iRacing seems to have pressured iRacing to actually do something for the first time in a billion years. It's good. To everyone's benefit, I would say. Competition, guys.
2,554. Pit road is closed right now. Tight field today. Look for opportunity.
What? So we've got the tyre thing down below. see where the green light is on the green button on our steering wheel. Behind the green button. What's optimal tyre temperature in this car? And optimal tyre pressure?
Jetstar 20, Jetstar 26, Jetstar 28.
We're about to find out that our setup is completely not competitive, but oh well. I use Sennheiser headphones. They're a really good all-round headphone, but crucially they're very comfortable. They have quite a big ear cup, and the fabric on them doesn't irritate my skin. I have some skin condition issues that mean that my skin gets irritated very easily. So Sennheiser headphones don't do it. They're really good. They're really good all-round headphones for unless you're doing. It depends how pretentious you are with audio, but if you're not. So the only people that wouldn't probably want Sennheiser headphones are people that do, like if you only listen to classical music predominantly, and you predominantly listen to singing, like vocal singing, or like acoustic guitar. For those type of people, you probably want like the Grado headphones are really good for that type of music. But for all-round gaming, cinema, dance music, everything else, Sennheiser are really, really good. Comfort is the biggest thing. I live in these headphones, so I've got like 3 pairs of them. we've used Sennheiser headphones for like 15 years now, so. Lol. We've got some stupidity going on here. Must be interesting to see how this goes compared to LMU races. Oh, that makes sense, Smartable, yeah. I think I made the right choice to go on the grass.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right side. Pick up the course. You got to slow down and give up that time. Clear on the right.
What is it with people in simulators? Oh, why are you sending it? You're not close enough.
Go on the left.
Jesus Christ. I have to just let him through.
Go on the left. Clear on the right.
What are you doing?
Still there. Keep to the left.
Bloody sim races, guys. I mean, fair enough, it's a race. He got the place. It wasn't that bad of an overtake, really. I'm so on edge when I play iRacing because of the car contact.
Right side. Clear.
We're going to have all the speedy cars trying to come through now. JDM Johnson Racing, hello.
Left side. Still there.
Yeah, I don't know the brake point in iRacing for this car. You turn, don't it? Like, this, what's he doing?
Still there, hold your line.
I'm going to just let him through, otherwise he will wreck me. That would have been a wreck if I didn't live there to just let him through. Like, you can't race in this, really. So is that really racing? I guess you could interpret it as, well, he's forced the issue, and that's racing. In the context of iRacing, that is racing.
Right side, clear.
What are they doing? So I guess you could go, well, in the context of iRacing, that's racing.
Got damage on the back end.
Oh, fucking hell. I don't know if I can take this game. I've tried. Fuck. How long we played it this morning? Instantly ruined by shit. Oh, my God. Fucking this game. I'm trying my best, guys. I'm trying. We'll see how it performs. How do people overlook this stuff? I will be going to the expo, probably, yeah. How do people overlook it? It's just, that's terrible game design. He barely touched me. It was netcode. I'm trying my best. I just want a nice, relaxing GT3 race. I just want a nice, relaxing GT3 race.
Still there.
It's not bringing out smart Paul. It's not about bringing out the worst. That contact was entirely iRacing netcode and iRacing's damage system. And that's the damage that we got, causing it to give out in a way that you can't catch. And GT3 cars in real life are built like tanks, like for the most part. Oh, it's fuck this, fuck it. I'm not playing it. It's too shit. Yeah, I can't play it. It's too shit. I tried. I wanted a nice GT3 race. I can't play it. I'm refusing to play it. Right, let's do something else. Holy shit, I can't believe people put up with it. I'm glad people are enjoying it, but how ignorant do you have to be of its problems to actually cope with it? Right, what we doing? We do something else. I can't play it. I can't take it. It's too shit. Right, what we doing? We need to... BeamNG, that was it. Let's install BeamNG. How on earth are people putting up with it? They just must not know any better, I guess. Right. BeamNG. Let's get this going. I just wanted a nice GT3 race, you know. I'm really prepared to put up with its time model. I can fully accept this. I can put up with its tyre because we can drive around that, right? And other stuff. I could put up with that, but like just the other, it was, yeah, I guess it's a rage quit. It's just so badly designed. Like, and it's, I think it is that sim racers are so cucked and so not aware because they've not played enough sims to know, to really realise how much they're being trolled by the developer, right? No, it's designed like this. So the thing is, you know what an iRacer that's an iDefender, an iDefender, you know what they would say. They would go, well, you know, that's just unlucky. That's just unlucky, you know. Oh, well, it happens. There's car contacts in real races. But they would say that to everything, right? And then what they'll do is they'll blame the other drivers. They'll go, well, the other drivers are just bad, which they are, which is fine. But it's like, it's a complete like reframing of what's going on when you could like immediately, if you've played ACC, AC, AMS1, LMU, R Factor 2, R Factor 1, if you've played those, right, random call sign. 28 months. If you've played those, you can't like just be like, well, hang on. At what point do you go, there's something with the game's design that's a bit weird? You know, how is it? It's amazing the degree. It is really amazing the degree to which sim racers will put up with seemingly very obvious bad game design. It's actually quite incredible how much sim racers will put up with. Like you try and devil's advocate it, and you go, okay, so the only devil's advocate I can think of that would be like fair is one where you go, having very unforgiving damage does make it more tense, and that can be more exciting than if you don't have that, right? That can make it more tense for sure, and that can be good because that's lacking from simulators. But then if the damage is like it ruins your race, it happens from contacts that would never damage a car in real life. It's completely random in ways that aren't realistic at all. I'm just installing BeamNG. It's you're out of the race basically immediately, and yeah, I it is actually pretty incredible. I'm not even trying to hate on iRacing. It actually is incredible. I know I saw that Anthems. They didn't really show anything. Like, how do you? Yeah, the only explanation. The only explanation is if you are someone that just accepts, you're not particularly critical and you just accept it, and you might, obviously you just generally enjoy whatever that given thing is. That's fine. But even if you enjoy it, you would have to find it frustrating. You'd have to find it annoying, right? If your race is ruined by someone just tapping you, that surely, even if you think that's right, so you believe the simulator you're playing is realistic, and so you just accept it all as part of the simulator. At what point does someone go, right, that's actually not fun? What is it? Is it that there's actually a great deal of people that will be completely subservient to an argument from authority to a degree where they I think that maybe that's what it is like there's certain personality types that will be utterly subservient to an authority, and they won't believe that they could question it at all because they're not in a position to question it. And so, or it is what it is. So I think you have certain personality types where people just accept what things are, and they go, well, that is what it is. It is what it is. But then even the smallest amount of critical inquiry, you would play other simulators, so you would have to be confronted by the fact that it's substantially different. Right? You would have to. So, but then I guess then the key is that you go, the authority told me this other thing was correct, and this other thing's not correct because I don't trust its authority. And so, I have some real race drivers saying this is great. I have a developer saying it's great. And it does other stuff that I really enjoy. I like to get into it. I'm just, just playing a game. That's fine. Like, people aren't thinking about these things. They're just playing a game. But the thing that's interesting to me is the degree to which people will accept stuff. That is actually... It's really interesting. I mean, maybe until they are confronted with a direct... So that's why I do think stuff like LMU is actually quite a substantial risk for iRacing from their business perspective of like growth, because I don't think... So I think LMU has the same degree of credibility from an authority that it's a simulator as iRacing does in many ways. And immediately, anyone that plays LMU, they'll be like, yeah, okay, it is too easy to drive. Like, it is overly forgiving to drive LMU, and the damage is overly forgiving. So, fine. It is unrealistically forgiving. I don't disagree. But then people are playing these sims as video games as well. So they'll be like, well, it's mostly realistic. Certainly realistic enough. Why would you then subject yourself to iRacing? I mean, you go, well, it's got events. If you hadn't already got used to it, that's it. Random call sign. I think that it's the first mover and the cult. And there's all video games get these cult things because it's not even to do with it being a simulator. It's to do with people have invested how to play a video game. And so they don't want to, learn another video game. It's like every time CS changed, or every time any game changes, people have learned how to play the video game. So they don't, it's a pain in the arse to relearn how to play the video game. And then that's what ultimately often kills video games, is that they get surpassed by another game that's objectively better and builds a newer, larger audience. Or the audience that got used to that, or culture just moves on, and that game just dies out, I guess. But yeah, I just don't. That race that we just did in the GT3s, no fixed setup by default that's necessarily competitive. The qualifying, I couldn't do the qualifying because the tyres just give out, cold tyres give out without you being able to counter steer it, which, okay, you could go, well, that's a skill issue. Let's say I'm totally shit at sim racing, but even cold tyres in real life, you can counter steer them if you're not like mega on the throttle. So the thing that tends to happen with cold tyres, in reality, this is what real drivers have told me, is they tend to like just not purchase the track, so they tend to be very understeery, and the car will just slide wide, and there's the very real risk of putting too much throttle on and lighting up the rears. So, or if you're turning a quite tight angle, it's very easy to light up the rears on the throttle, and the car will just spin right. And so you see that happening a lot. What you don't tend to see with cold tyres in real life is a car going around a corner relatively gently, and the rears turning off, and them sliding off the track. Like, I'm sure it can happen. So,
3,
bloody
2,
hell!
1.
What's that
Go.
for?
Love, could you share your knowledge and preferences about FOV
Oh,
in
field of
racing
view.
games someday?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's really generous. Thank you so much. 25 bloody euros. That's like half the British economy. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. It's super generous. I don't expect anybody to donate that much, to be honest. I'd much rather people donate like a $2 or $1, if anything, or just watch adverts. But thank you very much for that. Yeah, call a doctor. Field of view, just so the best thing to do with field of view is at first try and do like a calculator thing, like go, right, how far are you from your monitor? Set it up so it's like calculated field of view, so it matches with the monitor in the game. There's like, if you type in FOV calculator, but don't overly concern yourself with it with it matching. Don't be like, oh, it has to be perfect. It doesn't really matter. Like a screen is not real life. How it works, it's totally abstract. You can put your seating position further forwards or in different places in a car, or you might want to run lower or higher field of view. So the thing is, it's good to try and match things up generally, because some people might have a really low field of view and a really high field of view, and it will be a bit weird. But getting it with anything in the ballpark of like generally ish similar will probably mean that you have a predictable experience. But yeah, unless you're playing with a VR headset, field of view doesn't actually work in Sims like real life anyway. So, well, Niels, I disagree with you. No, I mean, I know what you're saying. Weirdly, so this is another video I wanted to make, but I've not got around to it. So yeah, higher field of view does feel faster because objects are going past quicker at the sides, and then lower field of view magnifies stuff in the distance so you can see rotation more clearly. So what you said is true, obviously. However, lower field of view also lets you see the road texture better, and that's closer to the car. And so in simulators where the road texture is done really nicely, you actually get a better, you can get a better sense of speed than a higher field of view. And so this is one of my bugbears with if you like F-Zero and Wipeout and games that are trying to do those things now. But I'm not really arguing with Niels. I'm expanding on the topic. Those games like Wipeout. I can't remember the other ones, but they tend to just put the field of view really high, when actually it would have been better for them to have a more normal field of view, because it's easier to generally position your vehicle, and it makes it feel more responsive and quick. It actually makes the response feel quicker. But then for them to do the road texture such that that conveys the speed, and then there's a whole bunch of other things that can be done to convey speed, like particles going past the camera. I mean, you could use camera shake. I don't like that, but certain camera shake effects and things. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can be done, like the engine noise. There's so many things, subtle things, that actually have a cumulative bigger impact on sense of speed than the increase the field of view thing. So it's one of my bugbears with game design of fast games. Like Sonic the Hedgehog does it's a different thing, but it's like, oh, Sonic's fast, so it literally is moving fast. It's like, well, you can do that in different ways that are actually more interesting and don't damage the gameplay. Yeah, well, Niels has agreed that I'm correct, so no, what Niels said is true, obviously, but I think it's like anything, when you actually delve into it, it's actually quite interesting. It's quite an interesting topic that another video that I'd like to expand upon. You can't talk about it unless the eyes are on the side of your head. Feeding rotation from a high field of view. Yeah, there's also the thing of the seating position as well outside of field of view. So, like, obviously, if the rotation point of the object, if you're in the middle of that, you will sort of experience the rotation different to if you're in front of that, and then that can really impact. It can impact the sensation of oversteer and understeer. And I've not seen anyone do any videos on that either. Bloody hell! I hope you're rich, mate. Oh my goodness! I'm not singing DD Girl 5 times. Thank you very much. Please don't do any more unless if you're rich, great. But I don't want people to spend too much on me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that he's stolen a credit card? Thank you. Bloody hell. Let's do some BeamNG here. I'll sing a DD Girl on the next one. We'll get a DD Girl in there. Right, BeamNG. iRacing, I lasted one race. Bloody hell. I don't understand how people can put up with it. I want to. I actually want to enjoy it. That's the thing. Who's got a gifted sub there from Mr. V? We've installed it now, we're just loading it up. Christopher Lees, Knight Dandelion, Carl Smith, George, Tomba. You've all been absorbed into the cult. Does field of view matter as much as force feedback? Not really. Well, not if it's if it's just up and down a little bit. No, not really. People, there's a tendency with anything which has a lot of like numbers and stuff for people to overly fixate on certain specific things. And to be honest, it probably doesn't matter. Denzen, oh here we go. Objectively, you did get hit by a guy behind going 255 and you had slowed down. Yeah, but like objectively, I know that iRacing has a huge amount of network smoothing, so he might not have even have actually hit us that hard from the perspective that I could see, right? And he, like I know from experience of iRacing, it's like half a second of like smoothing on the cars. So if that was another sim, I would see him approaching, I would come off the brake and I'd be able to avoid it, right? But you can't do that. Like, but yeah, I'm sure you could. Maybe you can defend it. Maybe you go, well, you know. What do you mean? What am I? What? Oh dear. What argument are you making? If you post any footage online of FO, then FOV matters. You'd be the Hossenfeld smoking fish on the Hossenfeld side. If you the amount of companies that I've done like random stuff with, where they, they have a sim rig and they've got screens set up and they're selling motion rigs to sim centers or rich people, and I'm like, guys, please, for the love of God, please set your field of view up, not so it's actually right in real life, but so it looks good in a video, because I guarantee you, even though what you've done might even be actually the correct field of view for the driver that's sat in the cockpit, and even though it looks great, and even though it's probably better for what you're doing, for the love of God, for any video media you put out, make sure the field of view looks good for the video. Because otherwise, you will just get barraged by idiotic comments of people going field of view, field of view, field of view, which you probably don't want, and you probably don't want to be deleting loads of comments. So there's a whole load of misconceptions of field of view when filming stuff as well. Like if you've got big screens, if you use a zoom lens, it makes things look closer and further away, like what's it called, like compresses stuff, and so it'll make the field of view look wrong from the camera's perspective. It doesn't help that some people do actually have insane field of views as well, but beautiful DD girl. Let's get some BeamNG going here. I mean, I need... the reason I was playing iRacing is because I wanted to do something with Marvin's force feedback app. That was the whole point. I really don't want to load up iRacing again. We're doing some BeamNG, then I might try and do this. I wanted to test something specific. I just can't take it. BeamNG. Right, let's see. We're going to set this up from scratch here. Diddy girl. What a beautiful woman. What a sexy surfer motorbike. Everybody needs a Diddy girl. Put a Diddy girl in your sim rig. She's so powerful and strong, and she only uses servo guitar direct driven. Oh dear. Right. Launch BeamNG. Launch Vulcan. Man, right. What is this? It's already support tools, language. Already I'm having to make a multiple choice. Or already it's asking me to make complex decisions. It's like a choose your adventure booklet. Oh, hello, A Courier's Life. How's it going, man? Sorry for the gamer muscle boost. you cycled all the way up that hill, past the delivery. Guys, check out A Courier's Life. He does live streaming whilst he's delivering stuff. It's mental. He's faster than me on a bicycle than I am in a car. Absolute legend. Give him a follow. You'll probably enjoy his channel. What is going on here? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, what? Okay, continue. Whatever. I mean, this user interface is insane. This is actually... What is this user interface? You can tell that BeamNG is designed by programmers, right? How do I choose resolution? Yeah, let's go ultra. It's more the resolution though. You can tell it's a simulator because there's so many options. They're trying to compete with DCS for the user interface. Bloody hell. How do I... Oh, resolution. No, it's the mirrors. How do you change your basic... Oh, here we go. That's what we wanted. Is that... There we go. Thank you very much for the gifted members there and the donation. It's super, super generous, to say. Ah, dear, I need a sandwich, guys. Not until 12, though. Right. Why is the FPS running at 60 FPS? Hello, Chedhead. Oh, maybe it's a user interface frame limit. Woo! Well, we were yesterday. We did 15 hours of live streaming of gliders in VR. It was awesome, actually. Right. What are we going to do? Like a car?
Okay, let's go.
Where do we go? We have played this before, but not. I've got this on my Steam Deck. Yeah, actually, it plays pretty easy on the Steam Deck. Surprised how well it works for basic. So there we go. Let's do this raceway. Okay. Here we go. I haven't played the multiplayer mod. Oh, the wheel's moving. I didn't even bind it. What's going on? Oh, it's automatically... found the axis for the thing. How do you set up controls? There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh god, like honestly, I mean, the approach of having everything visible is certainly one approach, but it is probably one of the most absurd user interfaces. I mean, this looks like this is like a programmer's brain. This is what a programmer would look at this and go, yeah, that's fine. That makes perfect sense. Oh my god, what even? What? Oh, there we go. Okay, I mean, it's there. It's not that bad. I mean, it's picking it up. This is like good. This type of graph to show the input is really good, and it's actually responsive as well, which is nice. It's not actually that bad. Like, it's just a lot of stuff. Did that even work? Okay, I'm just going to assume that's working. Right. Okay. There are good descriptions for stuff. Yeah, I think it's kind of the content manager approach of user interface where you just have everything visible. It's very much like what flight sims and things do. Like, you have to admit it. Like, I don't think this is a bad way of doing a user interface. However, this should be an advanced mode. So what you do is you have this type of user interface like Content Manager, but crucially, you have a minimal version of it, which is the version you're first exposed to. And then you have an option in the menu that you click for like advanced mode. But the minimal version, basically, it just has like the most basic options, right? As clearly as possible for you to get started. And then yeah, you just click advanced and that's it. It can unlock all the menu. Because the point is, you don't want the first time that someone's playing a video game for them to be like, oh, you know. And it's a big problem with Content Manager in a lot of games. And then so the opposite happens when people make user interfaces for console games. And they're like, oh, and Kunos made this argument as well. They're like, well, we don't want to put all the force feedback options there because it's confusing and people might do something. It's like, well, so put it behind an advanced option and make the defaults clear, and have it so that there's a reset button, and have it so that if you click advanced options, it also says these advanced options may ruin the game or whatever. Like, you know, it's not that hard, and that way, everyone wins out. Your person that comes into it that's a bit of a casual, doesn't want to be confused, and just wants to get into it, sorted, and using the gamepad, sorted. And then your person that knows what they're doing or is going to be spending a lot of time playing a simulator, they want to get to the options, and they can do. Sorted. Everyone's a winner. You wouldn't have thought it was that hard, but apparently it is. So these are all deep. We'll try the defaults first. Right, we've got a truck here. We've not even started the car, have we? Now that is running. Hang on, why is my... Oh. Why is my throttle not working? What? What? I don't know what's going on here. This is... Yeah. What on earth? Oh, I've just clicked the wrong button. No. Why did that not work? Oh, maybe it's because I did it to the vehicle specific one. Right. Obviously. That's not confusing. Right. Well, I've played this ages ago, but not recently. Well, that worked. What? Why is escape not working? No. Whoa! Why is that not starting? Oh, I have to hold it down. Why is my throttle not working? No, I've just bound it. Oh, do I have to click apply on each? Oh no! This is this is like playing Myst or Riven. Ah, I have to click apply each time. That's obvious. I do wonder, do they beta test this? Do they? I mean, what I just did there is pretty reasonable to assume that it would just work. I'm too dumb to play Riven. Hello. There we go. Why is this going so slow? Oh, thanks for the tip, Niels. Oh, the frame rate's terrible. Why are we only running at 100 FPS? Too many graphics. Why is my car not loaded? Okay, hello. It's gone. I think there's a lock to horizon option in this, if I remember correctly. There we go. Hang on. Is it just roll rather than pitch? I think it's just roll lock to horizon. It's weird. It's weird to implement lock to horizon but only do it for roll. I can't see the screen here. Yeah, that's strange to not have, like, to not have pitch lock to horizon is very strange. Oh no, that's terrible. Bloody hell. Right. That's better. Three hours later. Need a nippier car. There's a load of missions and stuff we can do in this, which is good fun. Woo! See, this is quite nicely drivable. It's got, I think it's got better physics than Wreckfest. Let's put a round wheel on it. Took that like a champ. Let's put a round wheel on. Woo! Have any of you guys in chat play BeamNG at all? Right, how do we change car? Vehicle. Ibishu 200BX. I think they just added a bunch of cars, actually, I think. Oh God, why can we drive a bathtub? This one. Yeah, I need to get the rally stuff sorted out. This engine sound reminds me of Live for Speed. I think this is like using synthesizer-based audio. Let's decrease the field of view. That's interesting, the wobbly thing. Field of view. Closer. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those games where you probably need to fiddle with it quite a bit. It'll be really interesting to see if they do change the tyres on it, how much it affects it. Because the actual suspension dynamics and all the other stuff is really, really nice. Oh man, we're struggling for frame rate here. I'm not sure why. I saw that, yeah, but that promo trailer didn't really actually have any information in it. It was a nice bit of propaganda. Here's a rolling road, guys. Wow, technology. Here's some numbers. It's like, okay, well, you know, it's quite funny. I know one of the developers that works on this. They're really good. I know they're crazy people, so. Well, I don't know why it's running so slow, because it's probably some weirdo default setting. Because I play this on my Steam Deck, so you can't get it to run alright. Technology! Technology! It is exactly that. It's so funny. And sim fans are so gullible. I mean, it's not that they're being lied to, but you know what I mean? It's just it's the meme of simulation is more important than the actual end result for the vast majority of... To be fair, most people playing flight and driving sims cannot fly or drive, right, at all. They don't have the basic skills. So, and also, the money that you, like, the product that's being sold is the idea that it's realistic, not that it actually is realistic. So, actually conveying that it's more realistic and that, you know, is more important than the reality. And that's what people are trying to find out, you know, when they buy a sim. They're like, oh, wonder what a lorry would be like to drive into a tree. Oh, I wonder what it'd be like to fly a Boeing 747. You know, that's about kind of where it's at, really. I mean, this, to be fair, right, this handling, this is more realistic than iRacing. Even there's some, you can tell the tyres seem to go off, and this is obviously a road tyre, but at least counter steer's working properly. Like compared to the MX-5 in iRacing, maybe that's on cut slicks, I don't know, but still, or maybe it's not even on slicks. But the general approach. Just counter steer when the car oversteers. That's how cars work. You can tell this gets very. This gets very on edge and then gets stuck. Which is quite funny. Hello, Ichi. We're doing good, thanks. Let's tweak the force. Oh my goodness, the car does not stop when you stop. Ow. We need to get the graphics better here. Right, what is it? Let's put this on. This is on a. We're using a 5090, so I'm not quite sure why this is struggling. I mean, I'm recording at the same time, but. Oh, what's this? Oh, that mirrors. No. I think it might have been running at some crazy... I don't know. Controls, force feedback, here we go. We could, it don't really matter, 400's enough anyway. It's just how it's set up, Burby. Willy Booty! Personally, the realism of a sim to me is the idea of racing against real people. Yeah, I mean, there's different, you can divide realism up into loads of different components, can't you? So yeah, you could have a sim with shoddy physics, but if you're in a context, if you're not in a realistic context, it's not going to be realistic. You could have a car that simulates perfectly, but there's no online ranking or anything, and it's going to be like just everyone driving into each other. Well, that's not going to be realistic, is it? You play iRacing most because you like multiplayer. Yeah, well that's the reason why I originally played it as well. But the more I play other sims, the more I just find iRacing frustrating, which is annoying. I really want to enjoy it because I do like that it's active. I do like that it's got Formula cars, and it has a lot of tracks I really like. And I have spent a lot of money on it as well, so the suspension on this car is epic. It's like a full-on road car. Hello, Tiago. Well, this is a road car with road tyres, but it's not actually that bad. This you can tell the tyres have like an abrupt failure point. Like R Factor 1 is a bit like this, like default R Factor 1, where it's like great, car's handling great, and then when you get into some slip, and it's like you sort of just get stuck in a trajectory. So it's totally drivable though. I'd say this is. It feels more realistic to drive than Wreckfest 2. This is BeamNG. But don't get me wrong, I really like Wreckfest 2. And they've designed that around fun, and it also has a Wreckfest 2. I think has a stability thing built into it, which is good game design. Yeah, like the actual grip levels. Like it's really good. It's really quite good, yeah. We have to try a car with the slick tyres. It's fun to drive. Like there's enough depth to it, and it's immediately intuitive. This is the other thing, right? When I play a simulator, it should be intuitive straight up. As someone like I'm not gloating. I don't think I'm a good driver, but I have like 4,000 hours of playing driving sims, like different driving sims as well. Like 1,000 hours in iRacing, 1,000 in AC, 500 in like Race Room, Race 07, GTR Evolution. God knows how many hours in everything else. Like 500 hours in Project Cars 2. So, if you were a real driver with 4,000 hours of driving experience, oh, thanks for subscribing. You know what I mean? It should be relatively. It doesn't like if I played an electric keyboard for 4,000 hours. Oh, was their name not come up properly? Kill the Butcher, 6 months in advance. Hang on. Subscribe for 2 months. Currently at 1 month streak. Thank you very much. That's commitment. What was I saying? Yeah, no. So if I'd spent like 3,000 hours playing a janky keyboard, you'd be able to play any piano. You'd struggle with the weighted keys and everything, but you know what I mean. You'd be able to pick up a piano and you'd be like, right, okay, I can make a little tune. Great. I'm not going to be like totally like bemused. Do you know what I mean? So when I play a sim and it's not immediately like, well, I drive the car on the throttle and the accelerator and the steering wheel. Play. You should just develop the game simply for the pun. I really want to make I'd like to make a combat flight simulator, a very simple one, sort of Simcade. If you ever played Air Attack back in the day on Wireplay, I'd like to make something along the lines of that, because it was amazing and nobody else has done it. But it could be called Plain and Simple. It would revolve around voice chat in the game, and the game could be called Complain. And then we would defeat your Plain and Simple title. Everyone will be talking about which is the best Simcade title. Is it Plain and Simple or is it Complain? I don't know which one I should play. A real pilot told me that this one was more realistic, so now I'm trusting that person. Tell you what, tyre skid sounds are quite good. Like they actually seem to line up to the. Not chirping away. This is really nice and easy to drive. There is actually, Simmy, there are a few submarine games that are really good. No, there's no damage in this game. Hang on, how do we spawn another vehicle? I want something more racy. What's got race tyres on it in this? We need a race car, guys. Is that a Sinclair? Oh no, it's a Japanese one. There's no race car. How do we get a race car? Oh, do I have to select it and then... Ah, okay. Oh, that's nice. Ow! Ah! I'm accelerating on the brake pedal. Like a bit weird. It's a bit snappy. It's like the tyres are super springy, unhinged. Bloody hell. This slip behaviour is a bit weird. It's like it's not comfortable. When the tyres get into more sort of just sliding, it's not comfortable. Bloody hell. Maybe we can have a lower field of view. Is it per car? How do you respawn your vehicle? Is there a shortcut? Oh no, how can we move our seating position? Yeah, I don't know why this steering is a bit fast, but that's probably a good thing with this car. How do you move your seat? Do you have to bind a... Oh, here we go. WSAD. Why didn't work? Why is it not working? Oh, it's weird. Let's use this. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! It's already bound wheels. Buttons, it's just done something. Oh dear. Maybe I could have just pushed buttons on my controller. What are we doing now? We're loading something apparently. I don't even know what's happening. Oh dear. After watching this stream, I still don't understand why. I know, I wouldn't. I don't understand anything. Why are we spawned in a town? What's going on? Why are we doing this? I don't want to do that. I want to go back to what I was doing. Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is making me motion sick as well because it doesn't have the pitch. The camera's just a bit weird. It doesn't filter out the suspension and stuff. Ah, no, now we're going to have to get the vehicle back again. Oh, dear. Right. Well, that lets me move the camera, but I don't want to do that. I want to move forwards. won't let me move my... Well, I guess we're stuck with this field of view. This car, this field of view seems low. Oh, we'll just change the field of view. We've already, yeah, we saw that, but it's not working. I even rebounded, it didn't work. Page up and page down, okay. No. Oh, that respawns the vehicle though, pressing insert. I'm just going to change the field of view. This is easier. Yeah, it wouldn't let me. Maybe this car doesn't have a movable seat in it. I don't know. Bloody hell. Yeah, it's super unhinged at the crossover point. Goodness. It's a little bit overactive. Bloody hell. What's going to the bottom of the cars? Bloody hell. Bloody hell. It's so weird. It's obviously Simcade though, because you can catch oversteer. What other vehicle can we do? Looks like a MX-5. Let's try this, a race version of this. Oh, this looks good. So Group 4 asphalt. Okay. Yeah, this game's making me really motion sick. It needs a lock to horizon for pitch. Oh, let's see. It's meant to be using a manual gearbox. This is quite drivable, this car. Like this in a rally game, totally fine. Like, why on earth would you not? You could just make a Richard Burns rally style game out of this. The suspension seems really good in this. Like the way, the depth to the suspension, like, and how the car's loading up on the brakes, and how the cars have been affected by the track. The tyres have a very sort of kind of simplistic feel to them though once you get them to the limit. BeamNG. there's a weird behaviour when you lock up and the different tyres are gripping and not gripping, but you can feel it through the force feedback, which is quite cool. Is this all-wheel drive, this car? I think it might be. It's more of it's just a physics sandbox, Shumi. Like, people just crash into each other with it, mostly. What happened to games? Not allowed games anymore. This does actually have a load of missions, quite fun missions and stuff to do in it, actually. Like silly objectives and... Let's see what it's like driving into a wall. You ready? Oh no! That's it, dead. That's it. Race career over. That broke both my legs, dislocated my hips. Sadly, it's 1960, so there's no one here to pick me up, and there's no hospital to go to either. Right, man, this is too much motion sickness. Let's try this buggy. Why not? Oh, go for this. It's only got one gear. Oh, it's only got one gear. Okay, let's try one of the big trucks. We're trying the school bus. That was not a good place to spawn. Oh, how can I respawn? Ah, no, how do I respawn at the start? Oh my goodness. I'm trapped. I think there's a button where you can drag stuff, can't you, by pressing Alt? No? How do you... What's the button to lift things up? Oh. I'm holding respawn down. No. This is not helping. Can't recover any further. Right, let's just... I'm trapped. Austin Powers moment. Ah, there we go. Oh no, we're gonna have to... Bloody hell. Oh no. There we go. Ah! Broke my window. I'm trapped. Oh, the trees are hard. Let's just restart. Let's just restart. Bloody hell. The old concrete trees. Although actually, trees are pretty... small trees are pretty resilient. There's been some crazy rally crashes in the past. just cars hitting a tree and just stopping. Pure tree stop. Right, here we go. Oh man, this game's frying my brain. Where is it? Oh, we've got a bus. Wow, look, Ian. I didn't know about that, did I? Oh no, the understeer. Ah. Oh, the frame rate. Oh, let's do Terminator 2. Oh. Ow! Oh no! That looks like Carmageddon 2. Oh no! Well, that didn't work, did it? Dun 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 dun. Hang on, that's RoboCop. Dun 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 dun. That's... Oh my god. That's what it sounded like to me. Going back here again, it's my favourite place. You can make a well good Carmageddon game in this. Right, let's go slowly this time. Ah! Deep water. Don't worry, children, we're getting to school. I know what I'm doing. Gotta get you to your education. Oh no! It's a dead end pier. Oh. What is this gear? Oh, here we go. We go through this tunnel. We've got to stay above 50 miles an hour. That's it, maxing it out, guys. It's the maximum amount of... Where's this going? On the limit. Hang on, there's the pier again. Did we just do a big circle? We're back to where we started. Ah. Yeah, we're back. I haven't recognised the building. Just done a big circle. Why would you build a tunnel like that? That doesn't make any sense. Stupidest tunnel ever. Guys, we spent £400 million on this tunnel. It goes to where you start. That seems like a bad use of expenses. No, don't worry. It'll give people a job, and many confused people will drive around in circles. Oh my goodness. American flag. America. How do I get the radial menu? Whoa! Look, right, done. Gav, thanks for following. God, these hills. We don't have hills like this in the UK. Why is there obviously like an electric trolley bus? Oh my goodness. Oh, I might have to get a sandwich, guys. Right, let's drive straight down here into the river. Can we make it? Here we go. Woo! Hold on, kids. Hold on, kids. Hold on, kids. Hold on, kids. Oh my God! Oh shit! Oh. Oh dear. Sadly, your driver's dead. Oh no. For some reason the engine's not working. I've opened the luggage. Right. The whole top of the car's come off the tray, like the under tray. the top of the trucks, the bus has come off the undercarriage. It's quite cool. That's what you get when you don't attach the vehicle to the undercarriage properly. Yeah, second-hand school bus available, slightly used. Oh, what do we do, guys? I can't keep playing this. It's making me motion sick. We need to do something else. I really don't want to do iRacing because it'll annoy me. I wanted to test. I wanted to test something with Marvin's force feedback, but I genuinely cannot take iRacing. I can't take it. Yeah, well, BeamNG is interesting, but be interested to see what the. It'll be interesting to see what the tyre update does. iRacing's new game engine, Carmageddon 2. Yeah. I can't remember what I was going to do. My plan was to test something out in iRacing, but I just can't take it. It's throwing a right spanner in the works. And now I've got motion sickness from BeamNG, so I feel very dizzy. What a disaster. I'm going to get a sandwich, and hopefully we'll probably be a little bit less dizzy in a minute. Decadecimus through concentration. Oh man, I'm so dizzy. BeamNG's absolutely cooked me. Some flight sim to relax. Well, I'm relaxed. The problem is gliders also roll and stuff. I don't know what to do. don't know what to do. You tried BeamNG a few times, but you're struggling to get the force feedback. To well, the reason why it freaks when you crash is because the wheels are going mental, so it's just reflecting that. I guess you could just turn it down. Fur Fox, no, not really. It's to do with like games having like rando pitch and roll and stuff. That's not actually happening. That's why I locked to Horizon, or like just camera filters. Well, I think BeamNG is it's a bit extreme. It's a bit extreme with the suspension and everything. Yeah, I'll make a sandwich and think. I'm trying to think what we can do. Got I think we've already done all the tracks in LMU that have come out. Yeah, I mean, right now my brain's hurting, so I can't even think. I feel like I've been punched in the face. I'm gonna get a sandwich. I'll be back in a minute, guys, and we'll see how we do. But it might take like a few hours. Right, back in a minute. Yeah, we could do Smell at Me, maybe. Woo. Sandwich man. Impossible to eat bread man. Wipeout Omega Collection's really good for the PS4. Yeah, Beam NG's or Ballistic NG's okay, but it's a bit. I never felt like it really captured the Wipeout vibe. Don't think it has new weapons, does it either? Oh, it does. Maybe I'm thinking of there's another one. It's weird that nobody seems to have managed to make another Wipeout game that's better than Wipeout. Well, how could you not know about Wipeout? It's like a... It's not just that you play it, it's like a game. It's like not knowing Mario. What's the one where you've got the cars that you can drive upside down on walls with? It was like a 90s PC game and they just recently did a new version. Yeah, Roll Cage. That was quite fun. Roll Cage was really hard though. It had that physics thing where the cars would suddenly just insta-rotate. Oh, Split Second was good. The developer got shut down though. Unfortunately. Trackmania before Trackmania? Can't remember. It's acceptable. I'm just I'm using up a kebab roll and vegetables. Wow. Not vegetables, tomato and lettuce. Didn't Codemasters put loads of money expecting Blur to be a big success? I don't know what was going on with Codemasters. Like, they were so weird. Like, why would Blur be a big success? Like, why on earth? Why would it magically be like a big success? It was really weird. Not that it was a bad game, but it's strange when developers assume something would be popular. So why? Like, there's no connection to anything. So why would people be attracted to it? Nuclear option, have a look. Yeah, Codemasters was so weird with their games. It's like they had like built up this reputation with the rally games, and then they kept doing completely random. But all those random Dirt games, like, they didn't make any sense at all. Like, Dirt 3 was really good, but then they do like some like weird, which is basically a grid game, and then they do a rally game, then they do a grid game. It don't make any sense. Like, why on earth did they not go, right, let's make a monster truck game. It's monster truck racing. It's using all the same stuff we've already done, maybe some of the same environments, but it's a monster truck game. So it's Codemasters monster truck game. Great. Let's do a realistic rally game, and that's a realistic rally game. We have realistic rally stages and maybe license it. Great. Let's do a street racing game. Like, but they were always just like confused. It's like, hang on, this is grid. Okay, now this is dirt, but then this is dirt rally. This is dirt. So what on earth are they doing? And then they would get momentum behind one game. Like Dirt 3 was really quite good as a game to play through on console and PC. And then the next one just wouldn't follow on from it at all. That's a weird thing that developers do and film, like creatives do. They build up an IP, they build up an expectation, and it is a commercial entity. It's not like a music artist doing whatever they feel like. And then they completely ignore, like with Kunos, with ACC and stuff. It's so weird. You built up intellectual property, you've built up expectation, and then you do a completely different game, but it's not, because you kind of want to use the same IP, but not. So weird. Yeah, the Dirt Rally games were great, and then they made them worse progressively, which was really strange. But I think what maybe happens with games, the people that it normally takes like 3 to 5 years, 3 to 6 years to make a game. The people that were the key people on a game all have probably left the studio by the time the next game comes out. So the actual creative team that was actually responsible for the essence of what made that thing what it was, they've all left. So then the people that do the sequel actually have no real idea as to what the essence or the point of the original thing was, but they've got the intellectual property and they've kind of got the framework, but all they can ever do is like a kind of bad clone of the previous thing. I think that's what happens in the games industry, which is why you get these types of sequels that don't make any sense when you have a good game. Pretty much every developer that makes a good game, the dev teams have left by the time that game comes out. Like GoldenEye on the N64, all the people that weren't like core Rare staff that got absolutely screwed, they would have all got jobs somewhere else.
3,
Why are you donating so much?
go!
Thank you.
Any thoughts on turn 10 FM8 TY?
Are you... Thank you so much for donating. You're donating too much, but I appreciate it. Thoughts on turn 10? Right. Stop donating. That's my first thought. But I really do appreciate it, but at the same time... Forza Motorsport 8. Do you mean the track racing one? Well, I don't know what's happening with it now. That was weird that they developed the game, didn't they? They like developed the framework, hyped it up. Seemed as if they kind of understood what they were going to do. They were going to go back to the old Forza, like Forza 3, Forza 4, released it, didn't sell as well, then they patched it, and now Microsoft has sacked half the staff. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. It's really, really strange. The problem I had with it wasn't that I didn't particularly dislike it. It made me motion sick. It didn't have any camera options, lock to horizon camera options. Tiago, no, don't buy it for a shifter. It doesn't work very well as a shifter. It's good if you've bought it as a if you're buying it for flight sim, it's fantastic for flight sim, but it's not good to use as a shifter. But if you've got it for flight sim, it would work really good for a handbrake and a sequential, but not very good as a H pattern because of just the way it works. It's like it's okay as an option, but it's not. You're better off with just a cheapo sequential because it doesn't really lock in. Yeah, I wouldn't buy it unless I was buying it for flight sim, to be honest. If that makes sense. So it's really good for flight sim. I'm tempted to do some glider flying, but the motion sickness is going. I'm starting to not be dizzy now. But it's ridiculous. Like, it's so weird how it makes me so dizzy when I play games that have weird camera tilt. Yeah, it might work all right with truck sim, yeah, but it's hard to get it to go into the position. I did tell I know some of the people at Moza, and I did say that they should do a physical gate pattern and then just use the motor as like a spring and stuff, and maybe they'll do that. I think that would fix the issues it has, and that would make it awesome. You just need a physical thing because you can't make. Well, you can, but you need like so with a joystick that does like a gate pattern, a really hard gate pattern. That's also like when you push against it, it feels solid. You need a really strong electromagnet for it to work properly, and you can only really do it with direct drive, especially on smaller joysticks, with small gate patterns and stuff. You can only do it with there's some joysticks that are metal and there's a ball on the bottom, and then you have like electromagnetic coils. So it's basically a direct drive joystick. But they're like super high end. I think they also have a problem of electromagnetic interference, but that's fine for the industrial use they're designed for. It doesn't matter. But for at home consumer stuff, that type of joystick's not particularly viable. Anyway, it just needs a physical gate pattern on top. Yeah, you could probably 3D print it, and then it might actually work all right. It'd be interesting to do. Yeah. I think that could do it. And I suggested it to them, and they were like, "Oh, that's interesting." So I don't know if you can attach a thing on top of it easily, like to clip. I was saying you could have a thing that just clips on top. Be perfect. But yeah, but I wouldn't buy. I'd save your money, but I'd buy it for flight sims. But then there's also I'd probably hold off a bit because there's a few other force feedback joysticks seem to be coming out. Not enough stick movement near the base. What do you mean? Oh, thank you. Rush Gray subscribing 27 months. Thank you very much. What do you mean by not enough stick movement at the base? Near the base. Oh, what do you mean? You mean within the space of the joystick? How much the joystick can move? I don't know what you mean. Niels, it's another waffle moment. It's another House Inbound waffle moment. I'm struggling. Oh, where you'd stick it? Yeah, okay, so no, like it's Yeah, no, it should. Yeah, I mean the thing is, it's quite high up. Like it, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like the issue is that you have the shaft of the joystick going up, and then there's a bit. So the bit down here with the motors and stuff are like controlling it with cables, I assume. And then this bit here, and then the problem is this plane here is going to move around like this, right? So yeah, you would. Oh, you could do. No, but you'd have to have it. You'd have to have it separated up. And you'd have to use an extension. So the joystick would need an extension on it, and then the device would have to be raised up a bit for it to work. So it could, but it wouldn't be as elegant as I initially thought in my head before thinking about it. But it should. I think it could be possible. Yeah, no, it's one of those things probably where it seems doable, and then when you actually look into it to get it to actually work nicely, so it's tight and it clips on and it actually functions nice, it ends up being a bit shit. Why is everything like that in real life? Like, you have these ideas in your head, and they're like, oh, that's really good, and you're all optimistic, and then as soon as you start actually testing your ideas or applying other thoughts to them, they all break down, and you're like, oh, why did I even bother in the first place? Why? What was the point? I didn't even. Just why even come up with the idea? Just why give me the hassle? That's the brain. It's just a torture device. It's an elaborate torture device. Why are we even conscious? Just so we can suffer. That's all that's about. Might try and do a race in Le Mans Ultimate, guys. I really want to test this thing in iRacing, but I really don't want to play iRacing. That's actually really annoyed me. iRacing has genuinely annoyed me. I can't think of another video game where I've tried so hard to enjoy it. That guy you thought going off Nigeria Falls in a jet ski, was that woman that did it 3 times in a barrel? You'd have thought she'd have realised it was a bad idea. But I think they were just desperate for money. A surprisingly large number of people have gone over Niagara Falls. Some, not all of them on purpose. Oh, here we go. We have changed tracks. Perfect. We can do this. Saved by LMU. Beautiful. That's what I needed. And it's a nice track as well. Oh, we need to turn the graphics down, actually. What car should we drive for this? Oh, man, we needed this. I needed something good. I like the guy that invented the parachute that jumped off the middle of the Eiffel Tower with his like coat parachutes, and everyone was mocking him. They're all like, "Oh, what an idiot! You idiot! Why would you do that?" And it's like, well, okay, it was ambitious, but it wasn't actually the worst of ideas. Probably test it before doing it yourself. But he probably didn't have any money left, and he was probably like, well, look, either this works and that's it, or it doesn't, and that's it. But I've run out of money, so I think people, because you can imagine in that time it was like Victorian time. It was like 100 and something years ago. Hi, Steve. People wouldn't have had much disposable income, right? Yeah, he just In the video, he's got his thing on and he's like there, and then the video cut. There's a wide shot, and it just looks like someone just. It couldn't have been any worse. It couldn't have been any worse. I mean, that is laughing at someone dying, but it was funny. So it's just the way that it's like, I built this thing. It doesn't work. It didn't work at all. Oh no! But yeah, people were slagging him off on the video in comments and people mocking him, but I actually think fair play to him. You know, he tried, and he would have added to the eventual invention of the parachute. So, well, what car do we go with, guys? What do we bloody go for? What do we never drive? Well, what's the? Let's see what other people are driving. Let's copy everyone because I can't think for myself. BMWs. I never drive the BMW. I find it really boring. Well, everyone's going for. It looks like statistically BMWs want to go for. So let's try it, and then we'll do a Ford. Right, and then we need to change graphics settings here. Oh, but it's quite warm today. So what we need to do was we can turn opponent detail on high. It was shadows, I think. Was it lights? It was only with the lights. Visible vehicles. We can turn that down to like 30. We'll do this one and then we'll try the Corvette afterwards. Do they not have I thought there was a headlight option, but I don't think there is. Too hot in the garden, yeah. I need to. I could do a go for a walk. Well, maybe just number of cars is the main thing. It was just basically it was the opponent headlights, but maybe we can't. Maybe it's Yeah, well, that should do. Right, let's get the GT3 wheel back on. Oh, I say wheel. Oh, how you doing, Steve? What are you up to, Steve? Steve in the black hole. Or would it go this way? I guess you would get deeper voice, wouldn't you, as you went further into it, because it would get more stretched out. Black hole Doppler effect. Although actually, no one would hear you scream, would they? Because you'd be in space. So that wouldn't work. Although, in that episode of Stargate, they're talking over radios, some kind of radio thing, and their voices were sped up and slowed down because the radio waves were stretched. So maybe that would work. But presumably, if it's digital, they would just get the signal slower. It wouldn't actually be a different pitch. I know, Zorgmeister. It's really weird, isn't it? Would you be the martyr of sim racing? Everyone thinks I'm a lunatic. I don't mind. Does everyone think I'm a lunatic? I think iRacers might do. I think there's a surprising number of very vocal iRacers, but yeah, I don't, you know, but oh, here we go. Join practice. You're a loon. From my perspective, I feel like I'm more sane. The one taking the piss out of stuff. The one that's free to speak the mind on stuff and take the piss out of things, I think is normally, ironically, probably more sane. Often the more the oh, of course, that's what an insane person would say. But sometimes, very rarely, the person that seems insane could actually often be the most sane. Yeah, that's what I tell myself anyway. I would like to say, when I say stuff in videos and put stuff out, right? I don't ever get people actually addressing what I've actually said. It's always a straw man. So, like, I've not seen someone go, this is why Game of Muscle's wrong on this, right? And these are the reasons, or this is why I disagree with XYZ that he said. It's always, I've read a comment online that's a straw man and that's incorrect, and so Game of Muscle's an idiot. It's like, but you basically you've just responded to a straw man of what was originally said. so yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, it's constant straw manning. It's really weird. So it's like my points about ACC's force feedback that we always talk about. I've always been very clear. You can do force feedback literally, and they should do that. Developers should do that. But a sim's not literal, and you need to be able to feel stuff. So you actually need options. It needs to be unrealistically detailed, or the option for it, whatever, right? Which I don't think you can really disagree with. Like, what the argument would be, wow, I don't want that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's a weird thing to disagree with. And then with iRacing's tyre model, you can go, I like unrealistically unforgiving tyres, or I like network smoothing and random damage. Well, fine, but that's beside the point, isn't it? Like, like, what, you know? So even the people that are being anodyne will admit, will say, yeah, obviously this is unrealistic in XYZ way, right? But they will just be anodyne about it. So where we go? Right, here we go. So iRacing does do really good smoothing for people with higher pings. That's not really the issue. So in a sense, their netcode is really good in some ways, but the problem isn't the netcode necessarily, the smoothing. The problem is the result of what happens with contacts, and the fact that you've got cars flashing on and off. You know. That's a bit of a problem, I would argue. Also, if you react to a car coming towards you that looks like they're going to hit you, you're actually reacting to something where they've already started braking, but it doesn't look like it. So that is true. Well, the skill issue argument's a weird one. They seem to ignore that. So if you've got to 5k iRacing, even if you've cheesed it, and even if you've done it as a bit of a joke, it's still, you still have to be at a certain level to get to 5k iRacing, right? iRating. You still have to be able to play the game, even if you were saying, oh well, we cheesed it in Formula Ford or something, or F4, which doesn't even make any sense. F4 is like one of the hardest series to cheese iRating, because if you get crashed, you lose a lot of rating, and F4 has like the worst drivers in it, so it wouldn't make sense to cheese iRating in F4. So, but even if you make that argument, it's and then when it comes to like LMU, we're generally sort of we're okay. So the whole you can't drive thing doesn't really make sense. We're clearly within like 1 second of pace when we practice, which is reasonably decent. No, it's not pro or anything. That's enough to note for you to back up that, when you say, oh, you can't counter steer naturally in this sim, or this is what's going on, well, you obviously know how to counter steer, right? Oh, that's true, counter debate, yeah. Well, the thing that iRacers wouldn't want to admit is that iRating is basically just hot lap pace, like pace lapping. It's not really racecraft at all. It's just hot lap. And the thing is, all racing is beneficial if you're really quick, but in iRacing it's magnified because of the tyre behaviour and the car contact and stuff. But yeah, it's like if you, it's very hard to approach the topic of some of the sim stuff without it. Like, you'd have to lie to not offend people that happen to be fans of a given game. Like, you'd have to lie, basically, or avoid saying very basic stuff about it. Yeah, no, it's the thing is, the skill issue argument can be a valid argument, because you have a lot of people saying, oh, you can't do X, Y, Z, or, AC's understeery, or like, this thing's great, but it's like, well, you're not on the limit, so you just don't know. So it's not that saying skill issue is not necessarily completely an invalid point to make. So, but yeah, normally a reasonable person doesn't jump to skill issue as the first thing that they complain about with someone. Got to crack eggs to make an omelette. Well, what I always think as well, which is, I think sim racers are a bit weird as well. Because I watch other YouTube channels outside of sim racing and other gaming things, and they are way harsher than I am about driving sim stuff, and they're way harsher about much smaller issues. And so it's really strange with sim racing how sensitive sim racers are. I tell you an interesting thing as well. In Counter-Strike 2, there's a lot of people complaining about player movement and some of the tick issue, like how it does the networking and the tick rate and everything. And so there's people going, and these issues, compared to tyre model differences in driving sims, are so minute. But they're a huge issue in the Counter-Strike scene. Like, people are like, this is clearly, and it's not about realism, it's just like, compared to the previous Counter-Strike, or or just pointing out an issue with the game, right? It's such a tiny thing compared to the differences between the major driving simulators. And it's also, Counter-Strike's a video game, so you can always just say, well, it's just a video game, right? So it is what it is. Whereas a sim's making a claim that it's actually trying to simulate, right? So it's really weird how sim racers cannot accept that really overview criticism just really pisses them off. It's really weird. Like, it's just strange. People used to waffle about the tyres and this to bolster their ego. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the whole point. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I don't disagree, but like, yeah, there's definitely like an identity thing. Yeah, so I think the other thing as well is I'm approaching racing sims from a gamer perspective. That's my sort of interest in it, is from a gaming. What's good gameplay? What makes sense? What's fun? I do like the realism thing as well. But then I think a lot of sim racers aren't actually as critical. Like they're yeah, I don't know. I think there's it is about acceptance, and people are entitled to their opinions, but some opinions are actually more valid than others. So if an argument is a good argument, it's backed up with like good reason and logic, versus an argument that's got nothing to substantiate it, facts or logic or whatever, or reasons, then not everyone is entitled to their opinion. I mean, they can have their opinion, but their opinion can literally be worthless because they haven't made an actual point. Right? So well, that's it, Chris Croft. It's the thing is that sim racers, and this is car industry as well. I mean, it's everything. People frame stuff from an argument from authority, and so. But the irony is, right? It's quite possible that I have more time in simulators than most people on Earth. Like, not saying that I'm good at them, but I don't think that there's probably not that many people that have played as many different simulators for as much as I have, whilst also thinking about force feedback, physics, and everything. Like even developers, they're normally going to be working on their one simulator, and most people, they're not full-time streamers, right? And most full-time streamers and YouTubers, they will play one game that's the game that they like the most, right? And they focus on that, and they focus on that user base, generally speaking. So there probably isn't anybody else on Earth that's ever existed that's played. There probably are some crazy people that just play loads of Sims for hours and hours and hours. But even it is reasonable to say that I'm probably in the top 5 people in terms of time spent playing. Also, if you consider I'm old as well, so in terms of amount of time spent playing and thinking about physics, force feedback, how the Sims. So the thing is, though, I don't constantly project this thing of authority, right? Because I hate argument from authority, and I don't like pretentiousness. So I don't project that. I don't approach my content in a oh, look at me, I know what I'm talking about, or whatever. I don't think I do know what I'm talking about necessarily, but I don't, because I don't do that, people don't, because most people frame stuff from an argument from authority, so they don't. That's it. They're like, well, you're not, do you know what I mean? So that's the other thing. It's just like authority, perceived authority is like the biggest thing for an aggregate of people determining what they believe to be true or not. Oh, this is all fixed setup. That's good. But I mean, I find simulators to be absurd. Like the whole thing is really a bit silly. So I think that's another advantage I have is for me is that I do think Sims are a bit ridiculous. I really like them, but I do think they are a bit ridiculous. So I don't mind. It doesn't bother me what people think of me or whatever. It doesn't really matter, doesn't it? Hang on, how many laps? Woo! The radical ones, they always just qualify the argument when they realise they're going to have to be critical. Yeah, anyway, we said this in videos. It's all very boring. We could do some more AC. I tend to do AC in the afternoons because that's when people are online. I think the thing is with sim races as well is the type of people that tend to, it's not just sim races, sim fans tend to often be very literal people that you know, it just attracts that personality type. There's nothing wrong with that, and they have a very methodical way of wanting to approach stuff, and so having someone that's completely all over the place is a totally different personality type. So, but then at the same time, the great irony is, I bet you the vast majority of sim racers would be like, oh, we love Top Gear. We really like that. We really like when James May says something about a car brand that he doesn't like, or we really like that they're sort of, I can't remember what the word is, but they'll be like, we love that. We like how stupid they are. We like how disrespectful they are to the car brands. And it's like, so you specifically like and probably hold in very high regard a TV show that is a bunch of older guys mocking brands where people have spent lifetimes developing and building the vehicles, testing them, and you know, and then they are completely just taking the piss out of it. And you think that's amazing, but if someone does that in sim racing to a mild degree, you're going to get really upset. Do you know what I mean? It's just so stupid. Oh dear, yeah. It's just sim racers. I think a lot of them are a bit. It's not. It's the ones that happen to be fans of a given game and then they get upset that you've said their thing is a bit rubbish in some ways. That's Chris Croft. That's the same with all sims or all games. It's super impressive, super impressive. Like esports drivers and top level gamers. It's actually. I know you weren't saying it isn't, but I personally just think it's super impressive. Yeah, I wouldn't like to use the word snowflake though, because it's kind of been. What's it called? Like stolen by a specific political group. Yeah, the problem is the word snowflake's like thrown around is just a derogatory term and often misused. I mean, we said this before. Weirdly, how people talk online and what you would think are what the views are, what you would think are the average sim racing views and popular things and what most people think. From the internet view of stuff, you would come to a completely different conclusion if you spoke to a lot of people in person, right? Wow, that was not a good lap. Oh, I think we were meant to do another lap. Oh well. It's quite interesting how you end up online with. I don't know how much fuel we need for this. It's 20 minutes. It's not going to be 6 laps, is it? It's quite warm, but I've just got the window open. It's not too bad. It's still it's midday. I thought it was still the morning. Like to unsubscribe. Yeah. the perspective you get from the internet, because of the way that online spaces work. If something's more popular, it has more people to then vote and shape the perspective of stuff. But that's not necessarily the same perspective if you take out the large number of people and you just focus on experts in an industry, like people like game developers, physics programmers, whatever, actual race drivers, engineers, race teams, all that stuff. You get a totally different view. It's not even what people say to me. It's like I've been at stuff, obviously, and I'm not even talking to people, and I can hear the conversations they're having between themselves, right? So it's not stuff. Obviously, I do ask people myself. I'm like, out of interest, I'm like, oh, what do you like the most? What are the reasons? Because it's interesting to know. For the different. So I'll speak to different companies because. Like a good example is for marketing purposes, I've recommended Automobilista 2 to like big companies because I'll ask, what are they looking for? What do they need? What are they actually trying to do with their project? And so it's good to understand what are the needs of a race driver, a corporation, a marketing business, a whatever, driver coaching. So,
The pace car is out of control.
Gamer Muscles pooping on the sim racing community. I don't see the sim racing as like a there's this really weird thing where people tend to like try and shoehorn thing into groups where they're like, oh, this person is an ambassador for this group, and it's like, no, every person has a responsibility to themselves, not to some arbitrary
go to the grid
not some arbitrary framed group. It's a lot of people are very desperate to turn stuff tribal all the time. It's really weird. Like, you have a responsibility to like being honest and like not to mischaracterize stuff. Not to arbitrarily. Also, the big irony with sim racing is if you have people actually questioning things and talking about stuff and being a bit more direct, it actually makes it less of an infantile space or thing, because it's like, oh look, there's actual conversation. It's it's developed past the stage of, oh my god, it's going to fall apart at any second, let's not say anything negative. Like the VR thing, for like people in VR space, someone would go, look, these headsets are not ready for mass market yet.
Formation lab has started.
And people are like, oh no, you're killing VR. And it's like, well no, it's just like, obviously those headsets aren't, but then you get to a point eventually where you have like 10, 15 different manufacturers making different headsets and people saying, oh, what they like and don't like about them. It moves forwards. You move past the point of going, oh, we can't say anything critical about it. Oh. Here we go, guys. Hot air balloons. It's legit when there's hot air balloon. We've not practiced this at all, so this could be very interesting. Yeah, I think some people just need a bit more of a sense of humour as well. It's there. It's a shame for them. Here we go. The pink, is that a Lamborghini in front of us? It's quite a nice livery.
Green flag, green flag.
This feels like an accident about to happen. As always at the start of a race. Thought someone was going to dart out to the side then. Bit of drafty driving. I like this track. I think it's a bit dumb, but you know, it's its own thing. It's like oval racing. No, you idiots. Oh, you muppets. Fucking idiots. What is wrong with sim racers sometimes? I knew he was like, I even avoided him. I even avoided him. God damn sim racers. There's nothing I could do that. I avoided him and then the other car drove into us. There's nothing you can do. At least in this game though, it doesn't wreck your entire race. His dive bomb was absurd. It was the other car not paying any attention, to be honest though. Yeah. I mean, fair enough, right? The guy that dive bombed me, it's an easy mistake to make. The other car, though, really should have been paying a bit more attention to what's actually happening, which is... They're probably playing on a keyboard, so... Neil's wanting your automated penalty system that will never happen. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if a game actually did a solid automated penalty system that really sort of emphasised skillful driving and really rewarded it and basically really taught people? No fault penalty systems are, on average, kind of work out okay. You just have to think of it over time.
That time was a
22.79.
I think that my electrode idea is a good idea, though. If you contact another car, so you have to put electrodes on your testicles, and then if a car drives into you, like if you drive into another car, it electrocutes you. I think that would really have a positive effect. Graphics turned down. Thought this was supposed to look better than iRacing. I mean, I don't mind how iRacing looks. I mean, this LMU does look dated. This LMU's not DirectX 12. I don't mind how iRacing or LMU looks, to be honest. But I started playing games before, like, we had shaded polygons. And to be honest, if you want to talk about graphics, you need to play Microsoft Flight Sim in a glider, in a VR headset on good settings, and everything looks shit compared to that. Yeah, I like how iRacing looks, to be honest. And most people don't. I find it really for me, it's a comfort thing, because I do a lot of sim racing and live streaming. It all comes down to comfort. So I find blander graphics in a simulator, they're less fatiguing on your brain in terms of flashing lights and textures and things. iRacing does a good job of everything but the racing. Which is a really good... to be honest, it's one of the greatest trolls in the history of mankind. Oh, bloody hell. Everyone's driving into each other. Well, I don't mind the sound in LMU or ACC gives me a headache because it's got too much stereo to it. It's too noisy, too much compression. So it just gives me a headache. For me, with sound, it's more. I'd rather have. So iRacing sound is good as well. Like you can, it's not realistic necessarily, but it's you can hear the RPM very clearly. Like the note is clear, and that's the thing for me that I think is most important. Because that's how you know what RPM you're at. You'd have to look at it. You can just you hear the note. Where's an interesting place to crash? Yeah, I think LMU sounds like. It sounds like. I don't think it sounds like a real car would sound if you were sat in a real car. But it sounds like what a GoPro sort of or a microphone would pick up in a car, if that makes sense.
Lap 409.26.
So like often in real cars when wearing a helmet, it's actually quite hard to hear the engine that clearly, and often it's like vibrations coming through the steering wheel in the chair can be really useful for a driver to feel the RPMs and stuff or what's going on. I don't know with GT3 cars, but I know so with some cars it's really hard to hear the car clearly with the helmet on, especially like slower, like a lot slower cars. It's going to depend. Yeah, that's what I mean, Niels, yeah. It's amazing that Niels has such poor taste in air fryers, but reasonably acceptable tasting simulators. How does that happen? How can you on one side be like reasonable, but then specifically when it comes to home appliances, completely fail? You know, that's why you've got to be careful, guys. People can seem totally reasonable, and then on another issue, on the incredibly important issue of air fryers and home appliances, the new Earth creationist scientists, young Earth creationist scientists. You're like, hang on a minute. What? How is this possible? That is amazing, though. Let me use this elaborate scientific methodology for this incredibly complicated thing for which I've written a paper on that's peer-reviewed, and I'm checking everyone else's papers, and I'm applying sophisticated reasoning to it. But when it comes to the meaning of life, let me just default to this seems reasonable. Get in there, Yummy. Air fry enlightenment. I love air fry. I haven't, since I got an air fryer like 2 years ago, I haven't used my oven. Absolutely love it. I get really excited using my air fryer. Not as excited as when I have a cup of tea, but I genuinely really do enjoy using it. I feel like I have so much control over the doneness of stuff. I can adjust it by the second. Zorgmeister, well, you need to evolve yourself to a higher plane. Yeah, I've been so basically I'm mostly vegetarian now, and halloumi fries are nice in the air fryer. Yeah, I do pizza in the air fryer all the time. 8 minutes. 9 minutes for a frozen pizza, 8 minutes for a non-frozen. Soy boy.
That time was a 407.16.
You just snap your frozen pizza in half and stick half in, and then if you put the pizza on its edge, it will cook the base of it as well. That's the trick. You put it in sideways. Bloody hell. You cook everything from scratch. Well, you might as well if you enjoy doing it. If you enjoy the whole cooking process, it's quite meditative, I think. And you've got a goal and you're building up to something. It's good. How can I do 10 to 12 hours? Severe brain damage. I don't know. I don't really mind it, actually. I tend to... We have everything set up very comfortably. I mean, we did one race in iRacing, and that was like 30 minutes before I quit. So we don't always, you know. It's a shame we got pummeled by that guy, because we probably would have been in the gaggle. We'll do another one of these though. It's a nice, it's kind of like desert bus this. I've been doing a cup of tea, and I need to go to the shops later to get some more milk going. It's very stiff, but it's quite sensitive. I'm not putting a huge amount of weight on it. It's the amount of fuel you've got, KSS. Yeah, let's not focus on that, Dom. It's fine. Thanks for subscribing, Lewis. Appreciate that. Welcome to the YouTubers. Lewis Hamilton. Well, that's not the line through there, is it? We're catching up with someone. I think he got a wicked slowdown.
8.00.
Yeah, I think LMU could really do with like a Marvin's force feedback app. Like, I think with Sims, what they really need to do is generate the force feedback directly from a steering rack, as if it's completely solid, and then maybe have some way to control oversteer it as a rotational force that you can feel, which makes the force load up in the opposite direction. That might be the crux to having really good force feedback with like every sim. Makes up for the lack of G-forces. Seat of the pants feel. We're getting a little bit faster as well here. We look at the replay. I don't think there was much we could do to avoid the cars that hit into us at the start. We're using the Mozart R21 at the moment. We need to get. I need to get a Simucube, not Simucube, Simagic. I want to try their new one. Toyota Gazoo Racing. Toyota. We could have had, I don't know whatever fuel we had, we could probably have a bit less. Carrying all the fuel with us. Really weird, this track, like the way the corners are. It is cooked. Like, so much of this track is just flat out. It is a very strange track. Right, let's get some music back on here. I need another cup of tea. Maybe a coffee, actually. Might be American. I feel like we probably lost some rating there. This one 46 minutes. I don't know Circuit of the Americas. 78 minutes for this one. We can do this. We might need a setup though. Is this fixed? How do you know if it's a fixed race or not? This is bronze. We've got fuel, driver swaps, tyre wear. Other screen. Open. Oh well, we'll just use we'll just use one of their setups. Easy. Which car do we go for? What's everyone picked? See, if there's like an exploit, you'll see everyone with the same car. Ferrari. They're all Robert Kubica. I'm going to go for the Peugeot, the Peugeot. Peugeot. Let's have a look at the replay. We'll look. I think we lost a bit of the old rating points in the last one. Where are we going? This was not ideal. I feel like this is a painful one for rating. -6. God. Absolutely wrecked. 6%. What a scam. RIP. Yeah, well, we were mistreated by the game there. I think that was very unfair. But these things happen. You have to take it on the chin. You just have to accept it. Oh, we need some more GT3 cars to join. Woo! Yeah. 60-minute race. I definitely need a cup of coffee before this one. I think for your rating to increase, 20% of it is the qualifying, and the rest of it is the race. And you basically it's a ELO system, so you just have to finish in the top half to increase your rating. I think that's how it works. I think it adds everyone's rating together and then distributes it out depending on the weighted more to the top, to the first half. Ooh. Fried carrots and cabbage. Yeah, I don't know what I was going to eat. How it works out what position you should be. Probably just based off your rating compared to other people's rating. Oh, wow, this is my energy. I think it's the heat. It's getting warmer. 26 degrees outside. Bloody hell. I'll shut my window and put the aircon on. Thought it felt a bit warm. Be interesting to see how much CPU and RAM this uses.
Hello, Novotny.
You know, in ACC, if you drive behind a car without contact, you'll improve your safety rating. I don't know. LMU maybe keeps it secret. The secret LMU safety rating. I'm not quite sure how they calculate it. I think it's just car contacts per corner, like iRacing maybe. It's very easy to gain safety rating though. But yeah, you get knocked points for collisions with objects and stuff. Yeah. Well, I found it very easy to gain safety rating in LMU. But then again, I tend not to drive into people, so.
The pace car is out of control.
Quatch! Thanks for following. Welcome, appreciate it. I was thinking of doing, at some point, I want to do a glider flight around the whole of the UK. But it might be better to just do it from the bottom to the top rather than going the circumference. The bollards, safety rating bollards, they're just there to take safety rating off you. It's part of the sport. One of the guys that got friends sent me an actual task, which is like a track for gliders, like the gates that you go through for going from one side of the UK to the other. Could be quite fun. When's the last time in beginner race? Yeah, but you just stay away from people. Just imagine you're playing iRacing, where every car, where a slight contact blows the car up. Oh, is the game blowing up? Maybe the game just doesn't like you. It's possible. If you look at the player numbers for the Mars Ultimate, Steam charts, right? Peak players, last 30 days, 6,000. Automobilista 2. I think they supposedly had a lot of sales over the... I think a lot of people bought Automobilista 2, but no one's playing it. No, peak players, 3,000. That's quite good. Assetto Corsa. Current players, 8,000. They're all driving around motorways. ACC, 2,300. Evo, 170. Oh yeah, this was interesting. I was looking at look at player numbers. So there's this meme at the moment where people go, "Oh, AC1 was terrible when it came out, and it took them years to fix it." And it's like, okay, look at the player numbers for the original Assetto Corsa when it first came out in 2013. It had like 240 players, but it just kept going up. Oh no, that was so peak players. It had 1,400, 1,600, 1,700, 1,300, 1,400, and it kept going up. 1,000 and 4,000 to when they did the update, the release. Then like 2,000 players, right? And if you look at Evo, it had 3,000 players at launch. Then they did an update, 3,600, but then it goes back down to 500. So they've only ever had, like, it's only ever really had people going, "Oh, there's an update, I'll try it," and then they don't play it. So if AC1 was so shit and no one was playing it, how come the player numbers, the peak player numbers, stayed exactly the same or increased after each update? Right? It doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't. If a developer releases a game and the game is shit, the player numbers aren't there, right? People aren't playing it. So I thought that was quite interesting. Is it the AC1's player numbers quite interesting as well, just the way it's like gradually grown over time. It's actually dropping off now. A little bit. ACC's a weird one. I think ACC was being kind of okay, to be honest. Like, let's see, when it came out. Yeah, I mean, it was reasonable. When it came out, it was like 2,000 people, then 1,000. But, yeah, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And it's just generally, it's sort of stayed at the same. That's interesting, actually. From 2019... Oh, no. From it was when Low Fuel Motorsports, I think, started supporting it. Was like... Was that 22? 21? We haven't had any computer crashes yet. But ACC's pretty much always had the same sort of 5k players, which is interesting. It's interesting. It's always stayed the same. It just suggests there's like a plateau of people willing to play that game. So it wouldn't surprise me if LMU, unless they release it on console, it wouldn't surprise me if that kind of got stuck at like 5k players as well. That would kind of make sense for like the sort of number of people willing to do online. There's really not that many people willing to do sim racing. Competitive sim racing is... Oh, can you do it as an option now, Novotny? That's good. Of course, you need to... You should watch all my shorts religiously. Because they're good, obviously. No, I don't need to practice it. We'll just go. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. And then we're just going to win. It's just how good I am. Right. I'll be back in a second, guys. Just going to get a drink before this starts. we're good. Plenty of time. Is this time accelerated, this race as well? Yeah, we don't need to practice. We're just going to get straight in there. This is very slow to load. Probably compiling shaders. Never driven this track on this computer. Right, what tyres do we use for quali? Soft tyres. Then we just top up for 100% fuel in the pit stop, and then that's it. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Somewhat for some people, Bob is their uncle and Fanny is their aunt, and they're like, I don't get the saying. How do they know? How do they know that Fanny's my aunt? How do they know that Bob's my uncle? It's a really weird saying when you think about it. Why does that saying mean what it means? Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense at all. It says please wait. Does that mean go? It's green light. It's a nice fun car. Yeah. I normally do look at the lights, but then it said real road sinking, and then the guy was waving his arms around. Oh, wrong corner. We put TC on 4. Anybody watching now? How many of you would play AC if we played AC now, in this time of day? I feel like we wouldn't be able to get the server full. Most people are asleep viewing. their work viewing. Background noise muscle. They're like, how can I ruin my work day? I tell you what, I'll put that weird British guy on in the background. That'll help me be more productive. It'll be a motivational force because I'll be like, this could be me if I fail at doing my job. So my job's terrible, but at least I'm not that stupid, bold English git. I better do my work. Ah! I know, Dom. See, practice paid off. Let's do a quali lap on flat tyres. That's just like, I like to warm up the car. That's how I do it. Don't judge my techniques. That's what sets me apart from people like Michi Hoyer. You know, he drives cleanly, predictably. It makes it too easy to beat him, really. That's the thing. Whereas I bring like drunken driving style. I'm an innovator. It can look as if I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's merely you're part of the illusion. You have to get to such a high level to be able to do what I do. Why don't you fix your car? Get fixing it, Zag. You can put your phone on and then you can fix your car. Happy days. What a fun time. Oh. Textbook. His brick phone. He's actually using a fax machine. Is that because the car hasn't done any sit-ups, Buckle? No abs. Do you get it? Did you hear about the car that went to the gym? It had abs. This joke, Christmas cracker joke 2025, Christmas cracker joke of the year. I'm gonna send it off. Do we get to do a full another lap? I'm using it as practice. Should we put the medium? Do we put medium tyres on in the race or hards? I had the Sony Ericsson T100. It was like the first phone with a colour screen. Really good. We're not making this. I'm just gonna. We haven't got enough fuel. We're using more fuel because we're faster. Too much faster. Right. So we're going to top it up. Put the mediums on. The mediums last for ages in this. Oh, there's a lot of GT3 cars in this. This is good. Right, I'm ready. Are you ready for this? Dun 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 dun. Why would I play such an old game? It's the only game I know. Massively old.
Teams and drivers go to the grid.
Muck
for a race
vintage.
start.
Are they on softs? Am I being tricked here? Full fuel. We're just going to go with this. Is this lying? Are they actually going out on softs? Is this the meta? They're all on. Is it lying? Are they all on? I don't know. Are you sure? I'm going for the mediums. They're on soft. Oh. Ah, medium. It was a trick. That was close. Almost got scammed then. Right. Beautiful. I have played the little portable game console thing from the 90s or 80s. Here we go. Oh, here we go, guys. It's time to Poogot it. Poogot. I'm in the vintage Poogot. I'm more cool than these guys. Poogot. Hang on, I've already used a percentage of fuel. How are they still on 100? Oh, they're coasting. Fuel saving. Here we go. Get ready.
Green flag, green flag.
Where's he going? Bloody hell, it's an hour-long race, guys. Bloody hell, every time. What on earth was that? What was that? I'm just getting out of the way. These people need to get in some gliders. Chill out a bit. Bloody hell. Hello, tyres. Don't know why the car's lost it there. Can we bump draft in this? Thanks for subscribing, Dennis. Welcome. This guy should lift and then redraft me. And then work with me to catch up with these cars. That'd be good. Crazy idea. he going? It fills you with confidence, doesn't it? It fills you with confidence when people can qualify in the top 5 but then can't do one single lap. Happy Friday! Mozart 21 Ace in Race, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Bloody hell! Simcade moment there. What's the car behind me doing? Nice one. Get in there. Oh, someone's removed the little marker that's really useful for knowing where the track cut will be.
Lap 344.21.
I actually feel pretty good today because I treated myself to some ibuprofen. So I don't normally have it because I have some back pain issues. But you can't take ibuprofen all the time. So I like go as long as I can without taking any. And I had any for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe even longer. And yeah, so that's nice. Like my back feel doesn't hurt. It's actually not been that bad recently. Last few years has been awesome. Like it's mildly uncomfortable, which is not that bad. If we work together... Oh, I guess it's not happening. Nice overtake. That was nicely done. I don't know the break point he does. Car looks nice and shiny. Oh, no, not there, not there. Are you? Oh my, oh, Jesus Christ. Honestly, he's not close enough to do the pass, and then he does it anyway, and then loses the rear. I just... These sim racers. They're the worst people, guys. But why not just wait and do the pass where you can pass? I feel like a lot of sim racers they're like running a very basic AI script, and it's car in front must pass at all moments. If car in front, pass, 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 pass.
Lap
Whoops. I like tap my brake there, confuse the car behind me. I was trying to get the car into the corner. Hello, Andysaurus Rex. Hopefully the GT3 cars punch everyone up a bit. See, that was a nice overtake. Got alongside us, got the inside. I can't really push him on that corner. On the outside, good overtake. We need to reduce the TC. We're losing a lot of power off the exit. Yeah, it's nice. Nice clean overtake. Oh my goodness. Inside, outside, inside, outside. Clearly, do not know the lines through these corners or the brake points. Crazy, it's like electronically controlled roll bars. I guess that's not that crazy actually. But kind of random. We need a jacker though. That's all I'm interested in. Weight jacker. Is that Mr. Soft Tyres? Oh no, that was the guy that would... Yeah. Oh well. There he is. and it's happened. Looks nice in this light. I do think this game would benefit so much from vintage GT though. That'd be my things for this would be more detailed force feedback and vintage GT cars. I really hope Project Motor Racing does a good job with its multiplayer, because if that's like got loads of vintage cars in it, it'd be so good. Yeah, vintage GT is, for me, that's like such nice cars. I missed out on it as a kid. I didn't ever watch it. Yeah, most people think the force feedback's fine in it, Dom, so yeah. Probably won't change. And the developer thinks the force feedback's fine as well, I think, so. The bar's very low for force feedback. Yeah, so I missed out on GT, like, I never really watched it in the 2000s and 90s. I watched BTCC, British Touring Car, and I watched F3 and a bit of Formula 1. But yeah, I missed out on the whole awesome touring car period. I was never really into motorsport, to be honest. I was more into football as a kid. Yeah, the force feedback in this game is passable. Like, you can feel the rear coming out. And then I think because the physics, I think it's got very easy to handle tyres. So it makes up for the fact that you can't feel the force feedback's not very good, but so easy to drive. Yeah, it's weird because as a kid, obviously with TV, you would have ITV would have the racing at the weekend, right? And that was about it, really. BBC sometimes had Formula 1. Channel 4, I think, sometimes had Formula 1. And then some people, when digital first came out and people had Sky, there was Motors TV that some people I knew had. And that had more racing on it. Yeah, we probably could use a bit more motor energy. Don't know why it's so low. Got pit on this lap. We do not have the lines through here. Ah! That's not the pit lane! Who builds a track like that? Who? I've been scammed! Oh my god, I forgot where I was. Oh no. Great pit stop. Ah dear. We don't have any more mediums.
3:55.79.
Flat spot time. Ah. I forgot where the pit entry was. That's what you get for not practicing. Yeah, we kept out of the wall. Who puts a fake pit lane? I was scammed. He probably thought, it's that game of muscle. He drives like a drunk. Bloody hell. Wow, you know. It's good to learn it. Oh, we're flat spotted to... Oh, it's going to be so vibrating down the straight. Bloody hell. The flat spot in this game is so annoying. $40. Oh, Christ. It's already vibrating. Oh, shit. How many laps are we going to have to do before we pit again? Lap 10. 5 laps. Oh, God. I mean, the flat spotting in this game is ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure it's really annoying in real life as well, but like, God. It's actually, my whole rig is shaking. Christ. Oh, it's alright if we go faster. No, it's coming back. You've got to be outside the frequency of the flat spot. I'm just going to not hold my wheel. I'm just going to very loosely hold my wheel. Just hold on to your wheel from the top. Yeah, it's exactly the same as R-Factor 2. It's just like really over the top suspension. Force feedback. I don't know why it is. It's really weird that... Yeah. It's a very strange particular quirk of R-Factor 2 and its force feedback. Oh my goodness. Yeah, on a DD wheel, it's ridiculous. If you add filtering to filter it out, you then can't feel other details. So I find it weird when sim racers are like, oh, I really want flat spot simulated. It's like, do you? It is genuinely like one of the most annoying things in cars. Oh, you're locked up from pushing a bit too hard. Here we go. Here's the rest of your session ruined. Oh wow, that sounds fun. Realism though, it's realistic. Oh yeah, I like having your feelings fall out from being rattled to death. One optimised for game devs. Well, if game developers designed around a G25, the force feedback would actually be better for direct drive wheels. In many ways, not in some ways and not others. So, if you can feel what a car's doing on a G25 in a simulator, someone with a DD wheel will very obviously be able to feel it. So, it actually makes sense for developers to make sure that their force feedback is good enough, like understeer is very noticeable, sort of there's a bit of load change, even if it's not amazing, that should be noticeable on a G25. But, you know. Thing is, to be fair, sim developers are very small and there's not a huge amount of money in sim racing stuff, so unless you do hardware. I feel tiny compared to his BMW. Big fat car.
9.31.
But yeah, I don't get. Well, again, sim developers are small, but the way Marvin's force feedback app works, where you can just scale your force feedback, you can choose an oversteer effect, and you can just dial it all in. That should be the benchmark for all sim developers to use. And like, it's a nice interface, it's easy to tweak, you know, it's going to allow you to get the most out of any wheel, and you get a nice little graph. That's the benchmark. Set your wheel strength, you can have it strong or weak or whatever, you can adjust it. You can choose more or less filtering. Top notch. There needs to be like an industry accepted standard for force feedback output as well, like telemetry and yeah. You don't. Well, Pan ID, you don't need to change any settings on your DD wheel. And like, actually, like in reality, the simulators, you're stuck with the physics and the force feedback of each simulator. All you can do is really change the strength of your force feedback and maybe add some filter. That's it. Niels, don't ruin this game for me. I don't want to know these things. I'll ignore it, otherwise it's going to really annoy me. There's a car in Automobilista 2 that has like an obvious loop to its engine note, and I can't drive it now because I can hear the exact point where it loops. It's just like, totally ruins it. Yeah, that's why I like. I quite like iRacing's engine sound, as it lines up the RPM very nicely and it's in tune, even if it doesn't sound like a particular car. It's the right tune. It's simulating a Le Mans driver that's got a concussion. He's on the softs. I really liked with R Factor 1 when like 80s Formula cars and 90s Formula cars, and then you could tell which YouTube sound clips that they'd stolen the audio from. It's pretty funny. Well, that didn't work.
Time 3:37.33.
Worth a try. Someone needs to do one of those, you know, the sound engines. Like procedural sound engine, simulated engine, note. Car synthesizer. Yeah, I saw that. It's interesting. Live for Speed used procedural sound to do it. Yeah, I've seen it. Well, it's the problem with Sims is you need like a genius time model programmer. You need a genius graphics engine developer to do all the graphics for the unique stuff that a driving sim has. You need a genius audio engineer. You need genius just people to do good art, good quality, very good quality car art, attention to detail and everything. And then you need like really talented designers because the user interface is potentially one of the more complex ones. It's like the worst type of game to develop with the smallest audience. You know, it's probably one of the, in some ways, it's like one, and you've got a design document in that you can copy reality, so that helps a lot. But in terms of technical skill required to make a good simulator, it's ridiculous. What you can do though is make a pretty mediocre simulator and then you aggressively market it, and then you can convince a large number of people that they're playing the best thing since sliced bread. That's how you get them. Well, the big advantage of Sims, though, is that once you've built the tech, once you've built a sim, it's very reusable. If you think that basically, you could still be, if you'd built the physics for Richard Burns Rally, you could still be using that technology over, well, like, it came out in 2004, right? So over 20 years, you could still be using the same code. So, in that sense, and that's the thing, if you've modelled a good quality track, you've actually got like 90% of the work done in a set. It depends how you do tracks and stuff, but like, so there's Sims have a very long lifespan and long time period for them to be able to be monetized compared to other games. So that kind of offsets it. You kind of have to think about it differently. put soft tyres on in the pit stop. Yeah, we've only got wets and softs though. Wets. Yeah, we've only got wets and softs. The reason I want to put softs on is because my hands are vibrating. It's not because they're better tyres. I'm barely holding my steering wheel here. I'm changing my tyres for comfort, not for performance. I'm literally hardly holding onto my wheel just to avoid my hands vibrating. I'd rather not get RSI from a video game. Nearly fell for it again. Tricky pit lane. Oh my goodness. Who comes up with these pit lanes? Scam pit lanes, guys.
Lap 3:43.7.
Well, have you ever used the Adobe Audio Editor? What's it called? Adobe Audition, where you use the way you can isolate, you can visually analyze the audio and you can isolate sound bands visually. It's ridiculous. I remember when that first came out. About the same time that what's the sound engine loads of games use? About the same time that was coming out. The spectral analyzer with the ability to edit and selectively edit certain sound bands out. What are we waiting for? The tyres, maybe. Fake drop. Ah, so nice. I mean, these are a little bit flat spotted, but not as much as those other ones. I think for driving sims, ray trace shadows could be really good actually. Just for maybe if they're just limited to cockpit shadows, could actually work really well. The ray trace shadows look really good in flight sim. I guess you're looking at the road. These shadows look fine, to be honest, in the cockpit. The 3D to LODs that you notice more. Adobe Audition was like a separate thing. It was even, I think it was at the time when I was looking at it, it was even outside of the it wasn't part of the Creative Suite. It was like a whole separate. I don't think they even had Creative Suite back then. I think you had to buy it all separately. Energy. Lance Allen. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a man, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel rotating in Lance Allen's bed tonight. It's a DD. Emotional damage. Beautiful DD moment there. Thanks for supporting us. Really appreciate that. 55.28. Danke schön. Danke schön. What a membership bonanza. Music. Not in the car. It's my least favourite part of the stream. Ah, it's so hot. Whew. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The sadness and the despair shared around the world. Yeah, we ran over a cab. Sorry about that. It is a great day for gliding. Hello, Jason Murphy. Welcome to Euro Motorway Driver. What's doing alright here? Why can I complain about it? Oh, what? Oh, yeah, because it's not early access, yeah. Don't we already have complained about it. We did our fair share of complaining. You're not allowed to complain if it's early access. I got a comment like that on my last AC Evo video. They're like, oh, of course it's early access. It's like,
Lap 3:37.47.
yeah. That's one of the downsides. One of the downsides of doing YouTube. I tend to read most of the comments, and I would say like 90% of them are actually totally fine comment. You know, people sharing what they like, what they don't like, what they think. That's fine. I think that's good. But there's a good like 5 to 10% of comments. You read them and you're just like, oh, I feel stupider for having read that. like I've had to process that in my brain, and I wish I hadn't. Like, you're just like, you know, it's like if you walk past a newsstand and you happen to read a headline on the Sun newspaper or something. You're like, I wish I hadn't read that. It's just so dumb. Well, it's like every time the Orange Dictator opens his mouth, you're like, I didn't need to listen to that. You know, nothing of value is being said, and I know it won't be, so I just don't need to hear. I don't need to know. So I just irrelevant. It's just noise, right? But so it's the sad thing of being a YouTuber is you have to read a comment first. I try not to consume things that are a total waste of mental space. I don't really do much general social media stuff. It's a nice cruise into the sun. It feels like a French summer's afternoon. I can smell the croissants in the air. We're not doing too bad considering we drove into the wrong pit. It's into what is not the pit lane. Kind of just cruising around here. These tyres are fine, 91%. So actually, going out on the soft tyres, they could probably do the whole race. But then if you flat spot and go to mediums. I don't know. Don't know if I'm going to any real races. Don't think so. I'm not a big fan of going to races, to be honest. I almost went to 24 Hours in Nürburgring, but I've already done quite a bit of travelling this year, and I really don't like travelling that much. And we're probably going to be doing more travelling, so I try not to. I've already been to Germany like twice. Germany twice, Holland once, and France twice already. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. I did go by train though to France and Holland, so actually that's crazy. I've been on the Eurotunnel 3 times this year already. It's mental. I didn't realise. Where's he going? Thanks for subscribing, Lucas. Appreciate the sub on YouTube. What do I think about the GT3s in LMU? It's fine. Yeah, it's alright. They're passable. I think they're a little bit bland, but they drive alright. The netcode's good. It's a good multiplayer racing game. Do you prefer the solitary confinement? Yeah, no, I like being around people, and I do enjoy being social. But I also am very comfortable on my own. Like I do enjoy. I enjoy just sitting in silence, to be honest. This is why I spend 12 hours a day live streaming. But you know, I'm quite happy just walking around and stuff. I think in another life I'd have been one of those wilderness people that would have just had a log cabin, and I'd just sit there painting and maybe planting vegetables and stuff. Yeah. I quite like just peace and quiet, to be honest. It's appreciated for the drivel. Drivel master. We don't drive, we drivel. Thank you. You have to unsubscribe to be able to subscribe again, so you know. The yin and yang of YouTube, of Gamer Muscle YouTube channel. Subscribe, unsubscribe. Depends where you're at in life, you just don't know. You don't even know which one's good or bad. That's the real thing. All you know is that you're going to click on the button at some point. But yeah, it's so warm. There's like weird heat moving around the room. I can feel it on my face and my legs. It's like there's a nice breeze coming from the window. It's not as humid today, but then there's like warmth. We've got a fan blowing on us, which is helping. But my feet are boiling. That's how you know it's hot, when your feet on your brake pedals feel warm. Oh shit, the bed. Does he want me to pit? I don't need to pit. What's it on about? 1.5 laps of fuel. Uh, 5090s 400 watts on max load. We're only using 45% of the GPU in LMU. And 45% of the CPU. This game could be a bit more optimised, shall we say. Not optimised, but like it could take advantage of equipment a bit better.
That time was a 3:39.51.
Oh, nice one, Jason Murphy. You're going to have to play some Microsoft Flight Sim Gliders. That's what it's all about. Yeah, I like the idea of that headset. I contacted them. I've lost my street cred in the VR scene because I haven't done enough VR videos. They didn't reach out to me. They reached out to just about everyone else. But yeah, we don't really do VR. I've not really done VR for ages. Like, you know, proper VR reviews. Man, you can make so much money doing VR stuff. I wish I was more, like, capitally motivated. I don't know what's wrong with me. You can literally make... If you spent 2 years just doing, like, VR content, right? Spent 2 years focusedly reviewing VR stuff, lenses, whatever, and VR games, you could be making like 150, 250k within 2 or 3 years. It's ridiculous. If you just approached it in a methodical way, there's so much money you can make from VR, like especially affiliate links and stuff. It's crazy. Absolutely mental. But I hope that VR sort of... I find it hard to get too excited by VR, and I think a lot of it is a load of bollocks. I do like VR. I'm actually really I'm quite a sort of VR hobbyist. Like I really like it as a thing. I really like the technology as well. But there's so much BS around it, and it's so impractical for a lot of stuff, and most of the games are terrible. And I'm not gonna do the whole hyping something, which is what you really have to do. Yeah, VR it's really hard because you've got like the cost of it's the big one, but then like the weight, and then the lenses, and then the field of view, and then they're all like a compromise, and the technology's not quite there in a lot of ways, and then the interfaces and the software's not quite there, you know. I do think the Quest 3 is the closest. To getting it right, especially if you only play Quest 3 games. But then it's bloody meta, isn't it? So. Oh, there you go. That was all right. 7th, beautiful 7th. 7th place, can't complain. Basically, nearly last. And there was a few people that crashed, so actually it was alright. We'll have a look at the replay for the start of that. Yeah, it's weird. I think that's the problem with VR. Like, aspects of it are worse than screens, but then from a sort of pure immersive experience, if you're not doing like 5-hour live streams, let's say you were doing like an hour of sim racing, that's your sort of, you know, like, I'm gonna do a sim race, got time off to do a sim race, then VR is just like a really good way, especially if you're like, so for a lot of people, sim racing is their kind of escape, right? It's their way to get out of it's their way to get away from stuff for a bit. And oh, we got 2 hours of Interlagos, that'd be good. Yeah, it's their way of getting out of things, and if you're on a screen, you're not really isolated to the same way, so it's quite nice to do, like, if you do a VR flight sim, you really do feel like you're transported. It really is a good escape. Well, I don't think, Zorgmaster, I don't think that's fair. Because, I mean, what did you use in in 95? You used like a virtuality headset. I mean, they were running at like 12 FPS, and there was like Dactyl Nightmare. There was an oil rig simulator. There was this weird mech game. Because I don't know if the company was based where I lived. Oh, so you're talking about the yeah, the I can't remember, the PC one, the PC headset. Yeah, that's not really fair to compare it to that. It's a totally different thing. Yeah, we could get a Pimax, the new Pimax. I'd quite like to try an OLED one. I tell you what I thought was really good, and I'm surprised it's not happened, or isn't a thing again, is 3D glasses on a PC, right? They're actually really good. 3D, like a 3D monitor, 3D TV, 3D screen, right? And you actually get a large part of the VR immersion with the comfort, because it's just like 3D glasses, right? Like you have at the cinema, or active or passive, right? And it's really, really good. It's really good, and it's more suited to gaming than it is films. And and that'd be perfect for like first-person shooters and driving sims and stuff. I don't get why they marketed that whole thing around films when they did the TVs, especially the passive ones. And Nvidia had a whole 3D vision thing for ages in 2000. It was 2005, 2004, 2005. They had a whole. They had like active shutter glass 3D and stuff. But then it never really took off. But it can be integrated into any game basically quite easily. And so, to me, I'm surprised we've not seen any other companies try and do that. Yeah, and I have used like high-end 3D projector systems with like some like gaming stuff, and it's pretty good. It's pretty decent. So it's weird. It doesn't have the comfort issues or the resolution, and it didn't for years. It had the good resolution and good comfort. Oh, we can do this. ELMS Sprint Cup. How long is this race? Open setup. 30 minutes. Perfect. Oh, hang on. Okay, it's GT3 versus LMP2. We'll get a nice silver car. I might have another coffee. Why don't racing teams use high-end VR headsets? Some of them do, but there's no need if you've got a whole room for a simulator and you've got projectors. And often the racing teams are using their simulators to train the drivers in which buttons to push on the steering wheel and what they should set the wheels up for. So unless you add augmented reality, mixed reality stuff, so they just have the projectors anyway, so they might as well just build they've got a cockpit there, and then also part of that is the driver being in the actual cockpit. It's the same cockpit as the car they're going to be driving, by which point you might as well not bother with VR. So, and then also you can talk to the driver and access the driver. You can see what they're doing more clearly, like to notice if they're struggling to access certain buttons, or whatever they're doing. So yeah, if you've got a room, if you've got like a large room, you might as well do that. But it costs a lot more. The reason to do VR is if you're doing like fast prototyping. Alright, let's check our rating for this last one. Well, I mean, the mainstream part of VR now, there's loads of people playing Gorilla Tag on a Quest 3. So the mainstream of VR is people buying standalone VR headsets. But the simulation part of VR, like people using VR for flight sim and driving sim, that's a different part of the market. It's not really where the majority of VR sales and stuff is. Plus 0.5. What a gain. Beautiful. People know about VR now, at least most people. I remember early on, like, no one would know about VR at all. I think stuff like Beat Saber, a lot of people are aware of that. It's been in a lot of pop culture things. A lot of people don't know about racing sims at all. like they really don't know. It's surprising the degree to which they don't know. Like like the F1 arcade or like sim centers and stuff. That is genuinely like mind blowing to a lot of people. Like the idea of a force feedback steering wheel for the vast majority of people is some crazy idea. Like there's a general awareness of Gran Turismo being like a car racing game that's got real world cars in it and it's kind of realistic-ish. But people might know that simulators exist and that drivers might use them for training and it's a thing, but they don't conceptually know of you can buy a force feedback steering wheel and you can have a simulator at home that's incredibly high fidelity and there's people racing each other over the internet and there's they really don't know. I need to get another drink. With this ELMS Sprint Cup though. Why airlines don't have VR? Well, the main reason airlines don't. What do you mean? Do you mean like for training, or do you mean? You mean for people to use? The biggest thing is that you can't have like random shit dangling all over the place. For if you mean for training, I mean you're going to need to have. Yeah, but I mean you have. It's just all fairly standardised, and then it'll be built around whatever the current aircraft are. So they're going to have. They might as well just build it. It doesn't really make any difference, does it? If you're going to have a motion platform, or you're going to have you're going to have a whole cockpit, then. You know, the projector screen. Well, to be fair, they use like collimated projectors and everything, which is a bit more complicated. But on the grand scheme of the cost, it's not even the materials; it's the staff. So VR cost advantage makes most sense if you're it's like fast prototyping. So in the military space, if you're prototyping things really, really quickly, or like in the industrial design, yeah, there's just certain scenarios where it makes more sense than building an entire simulator. I don't think yeah, like you just have both. It depends what you're doing. So for like pilot training and stuff, they'll just use a full-size projector-based simulator. But for cockpit development, plane development, home training, there's a whole bunch of stuff you use VR. You just have both. It's just, you know, it's not one or the other. It's like triple screens versus monitors. Cisco, I got a setup and I have the file now, but I don't know where Le Mans is. The folder where I can put the setup folder should be in is it in my documents, like username, Windows user, username, documents, Le Mans Ultimate, or like apps. Well, so like where VR is good for flying would be like how I'm using it with gliders, just to like get practiced at like where you're looking at if you're flying, like how you line up the runway for planning how you'd like get into the pattern to land. Making sure that you're looking through, like scanning the horizon, being comfortable with where everything is in a cockpit. You know, just basic stuff. Yeah, let's join this. I think it's about $80 if you've got everything. Yeah, like the as I say, the reason why the military use VR is because they're not It's because they're prototyping stuff a lot faster, so they don't want to have to build an entire cockpit. Also, in the military, like for helicopters, there's a lot more, and like certain things, there's a lot more use of AR in the helmets and things. Philip Van Niekerk, hello. Ooh. Let's get a coffee. I need to get some mint flavoured cordial. That'd be nice. Back in a minute. Hello. Do you remember America's Army, the game? When they made that to get people into the army? It's pretty funny. You can only play as the soldiers, and the enemy would always look like terrorists. So stupid. There's only the enemy. All the good guys are always American. Actually played alright. Had a really bad bridge map that was impossible to pass the bridge. And you could just camp. and absolutely destroy everyone. The legendary bridge map. Seeker's Power Build Motor Mechanic, hello. I like your videos. I hit the like button twice. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. You're actually not allowed to say kind things. You have to strawman what I say and then write comments about me on Reddit. That's the trendy thing. You're so out of the loop. Did you know game engine limitation? If you moved your mouse, you could see silhouettes at the edge of the screen. No, I didn't know about that. That's why they kept getting me. It was Unreal 3 engine. Yeah, the same. The version that Unreal Tournament used. What was the what mod? What did you say, Zabby? Which on the iRacing subreddit or? It's pretty funny. You said LMU was better. Yeah, you got to be careful because iRacing is the more popular sim, so you can't on a platform that's entirely based on popularity. You can't go against the popular thing, right? It'd be stupid. Oh dear. They'll crucify you. Well, the military often uses stuff as well because someone has managed to scam them into using it. There's so much dumb stuff in the military. I'm not a big fan of MS2. Like, I think it's fun. I think you can have fun playing it, nice in VR. It's got AI, it's quite fun to race against. It's got a good range of content. It's got a bunch of random stuff you never play in anything else. But its physics are just a bit weird. Like, the cars are really quite floaty. I would rather... If I'm going to drive random stuff, I'd much rather play AC1. Like the vehicles just don't, they're not precise enough. Everything's sort of like hovercrafty. the way to drive fast in AMS2 is a bit weird with most of the content, but you can have a lot of fun with it. So and it's cheap. The basic version of the game's like £3. So, you know, I mean, I've already had. The thing is, I've already played it for a few hundred hours, so that's pretty good. Yeah, like you have to think, well, you know, am I talking? Are you thinking about it from like a sim where you're spending thousands of hours playing it, or from just having fun with it? Hello, Daniel. Hello, Geeky Imp Sim Racing. Welcome back. Yeah, but also Vario. They were just focusing on different things.
That time was a 208.64.
I think they weren't that interested as a company in making consumer type hardware where you have to really the skill is making something that can still have a profit margin that's as good as possible but as cheap as possible. And I think Vario are more interested as a company in doing just like specializing in doing the highest resolution headset you can do, that sort of thing. Because that's obviously where their expertise was just doing high resolution headsets and cramming like eye trackers and stuff in the headsets. It's alright, it's a bit warm, but it's alright. I think also for a company like Vario, they're not a huge company, so consumer product stuff's mental. It's consumer hardware as well, it's just insane. It's ridiculous. It's so easy. If you're doing consumer hardware, it's so easy to just end up going bankrupt without even making much of a mistake. So how long is this race? 30 minutes. Do we go? How much fuel do we put in? It's not going to be 18 laps, is it? Unless it's accelerated fuel. 12 laps. I'm going to put 13 in because I have trust issues. Alright, tyres. Oh, that's alright, I've got mediums. Thank you, Loose Wheel. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do... was it 15? Bloody hell. Each lap is 2 minutes.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for
and it's
a
30-minute race. Okay, well I don't... We'll just let's just fill it up with fuel. I'm not at pace anyway, so... We'll do 17. It's fine. Can you go back to the garage in this before the race starts? $58 litres they're saying in chat. I watched the Red Arrows display yesterday on their live stream. It's a very strange thing to watch. Good one, Anthems. You better win, otherwise you should unsubscribe and hold your head in shame. We're very disappointed if you don't win.
Formation lap has started.
Well, we didn't really qualify very well, but that's fine. Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Not a bad start. Gained a few places there, that's nice.
That time was a 2:18.91.
We could probably do with tweaking the setup a bit. Is there an Interlagos race? Might do later in the week. yeah, it's like a 2-hour one, isn't there? Thanks for subscribing. Joey the 5th, thank you very much. Welcome.
Lap 208.75.
You just have to make sure you're braking mostly in a straight line, and then make sure you're braking at about 75% input once you get slower, and then you won't lock up. But yeah, it could do with better force feedback to know how much you can brake before it locks up. Or better audio, so you can tell if you're locking up or not, or if the tyres are getting close to locking up. It's just a car park there in the wall. Random. Wow, that's your punishment for driving fake race cars with ABS should not be in a race car. Oh. Luma 2 in the wall there. Yeah, the force feedback's not the most detailed. It's very easy to drive, but I'd say the force feedback in LMU is only marginally better than ACC. In some ways it's worse, but the tyre model I think is better than ACC. Well, it's more fun to drive than ACC at least. It's just more controllable slip.
That time was a 208.32.
The GTE cars are rubbish. I think they're getting rid of them. They've got really bad physics in this. So it's good that they get rid of them. I bet you they just ported the GTE cars from R Factor 2 and we're like, oh, we can slap them in. We've got the license. Just put the models in. That'll do. If they improve them, then I mean, I do actually prefer GTE to GT3, but they were just really bad in this. I think sloppy. Got a weird dead zone in the steering as well. That's my view. That's my view of the GTE in LMU. That green car's going to crash into the white car. Got 3 cars ahead of us. My spider senses are tingling. Crash, mayday, crash alert. My spider senses are going full on spider sense. Green car, white car collision. That's not good. Yeah, but to be fair, the white car's just blocking.
208.96.
You're not allowed to enjoy iRacing, I'm afraid. It's illegal. Illegal. That's capital punishment. It's like putting sugar in your tea. Unacceptable. How dare you have fun with a video game? Absolutely disgusting. What a disgraceful comment to make. I hope you're taking advantage of the voice chat in iRacing and screaming and swearing at everyone. This white car is just absolutely blocking all these cars in front, which is good for me because it's allowed me to catch back up. Surely the green car's going to get fed up and just drive into him.
That time was a 208.60.
What? Car's in front. Here we go. Oh, the green car's in the sand now. You can't get past him. He's trying. He just can't get past. There's no way that that green and white car are finishing the race without crashing. I'm sorry, there's no way. I'm betting a Yorkshire teabag on the green and white car driving into each other. Probably taking them both out.
9208.80.
Can this car have higher gearing? I feel like we've got the wrong gear in here. because it's got a locked gearing for the spec. How on earth have they not crashed yet? Come on. How many laps do they need before they crash into each other inevitably? Oh, that's one. That's another place. Thank you. Is it locked gear ratio? They do that with some cars to save cost, because otherwise they have to replace the gearbox, which costs like £5 every time you change it or change the gearing. I mean, if there's a team, bloody brakes in this game. Thought we were all right then. I thought we'd just snag him, we'd catch it. Yeah, there's no warning for the point at where it locks up.
Time 2:14.44.
It's kind of weird. You just have to memorise how much you can be pushing the brake. It's a bit lame, but... Oh no, Timo! You're just giving up on the race. Yeah, it's nice driving. Yeah, but if you're actually driving, if you're actually braking as close to the limit as possible, you should hear that. You should have that sound anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like you should be able to hold it there. And you should also be like trail braking it exactly the right amount. You really can't. You just have to memorise where the brake spot point is, and then the brake pressure. Yeah, there's no right LMP2 car for AC.
Time 2:09.8.
Grovo Chips, hello. Can you see Magic GT Neo on the Mozart R12? It's got this. It's the same quick release, isn't it? But you probably have to plug it into USB or however that works. I don't know how that works. Like the electronics will be different. But if you can plug it into USB, then
920.
I don't really know how that works. So. Don't seem to have come across the GT3 cars particularly again. I think what they need to do is oh, we've only just come across them. What they need to do is have it so that the GT3 cars have a bigger gap. So that they start later, so the LMP2s have more of a chance to catch up with them. Then you can maybe lap them twice in one race. It'll be more fun, I think. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Oh, I broke my car. I think he just... I mean, I should have been more careful, but it's pretty obvious I was going up the inside. Whoops! Terrible LMP2 driver. I don't think that was crazy of me. Like, there was the inside there. We'll have to look at the replay. Might have just killed someone. Oh, because we've got downforce and there's plenty of space. Well, you can, because he's... Yeah, if he's on the limit of his grip, he's not turning in anymore. Right? Murdered. We'll look the replay. No replay needed. Hello, Sigmatic. this car just lift off the ground there? Really strange. Are they view botting? The oh, car in the bum. Oh my goodness. Okay. You've got Porsche live streaming it, and I think Team Redline as well. They have okay views. It's hard to know if people are view botting. Oh my god. Okay. I think we're even now with the GT3 cars. I think we're even. These guys are blind. Oh, I did that. Seems to be the in thing to do. Seems to be the fun thing to do, lose it there. It's stuck at 2k. Yeah, maybe they are, but I'm just saying it's difficult to know. Like, the thing is with when you have events, people don't tend to chat very much. So normally the way you know when someone's view botting is they don't have any chatters at all, right? But if you watch, like, let's say, like, lots of esports stuff, nobody really chats in them, like in the Porsche esports or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they're not. Just say it's very hard to tell sometimes when you think, oh, it definitely is the case. It's not always. It isn't always the case. I'd say if you look at like Porsche's channel or I don't know, Redline, you do have some like Steve's Super GTs there and James Baldwin, so they have quite a big draw. But then maybe I don't know if they on their own channels or if it's just I don't know. But you'd think they would draw some audience with them at least. Like, Steve gets like 1.5 to 3,000 live viewers. So if he's at an event or something, even if it's not Gran Turismo, you'd expect to get some, at least like 300 viewers from that. Say 5 people, yeah. That is weird. I don't know why you would, like... What's the point? It's not like... Any sponsors would know, like, the point of that esports thing isn't direct sponsorships. So, you know... Weird. I mean, in general, just esports is very strange. Bloody hell. These GT3 cars are terrible. We've lost our rear wing. They're just driving into me constantly. Oh dear. How are they so, like, unaware? Well, it's just really weird that they're so, like, unaware of the other cars. It's such an easy sim to drive, and you can just stamp on your brake. And I think it already we were tapped before we went off the road. Try and keep off the racing line here. That's all right. We'd already got damage from my amazing move. What does garage? Oh, well, he's a very naughty boy. What, Dan Suzuki? To be, it was a good takedown, to be fair. He took my rear wing off. Fair play to him. Yeah, we're quite off pace on this anyway, so... Nothing happened. We should be able to repair. Oh, we're finished. Genius. Genius. There you go. I'll have a look. Replay. Yeah, it's a good finish. There's a Schumacher finish. Let's have a look at our move. Yeah, we did that lock up, and that knocked us back a bit, and then we drove into that GT3 car. Our silver livery did not protect us this time. Beautiful. Look, Thomas. It's as genius as we're going to get. It's relative, isn't it? If you're in a village of idiots... and let's face it, sim races are a village of idiots. You know, the person that can tie the shoelaces, if you're the only one that can tie your shoelaces, then that is genius. If everyone else is setting witches on fire and you're like, oh, I don't think that's a good idea, then you become the genius. Yeah, but we won the second split basically by default, so we finished the race. It's pretty good. Just less dumb. Yeah, but it's all relative, Thomas. They don't know. They would think I was a genius. And that's good enough for me. They'd be like, what is he doing with his shoelaces? That's magic! What a genius! Unbelievable. We've never seen someone do these magic with their shoelaces. How was he doing it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think this was a legit move. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was a little bit ambitious. I'll be honest. It was a bit ambitious.
OBTW.
It was a good takedown, though. Sorry, Mario. If you were a GT3 car, though, would you like turn out of the corner a tiny bit? I would. Doesn't it excuse my sorry for murdering you. Yeah, I thought the speed difference would be. I thought we'd be closer than we were. So yeah, I feel like that was my fault, but then we got. It's not really the distance; it's the speed. Like, these LMP2 cars are not actually that much faster than the GT3. We need to put our brain back into LMP2 mode from hypercar mode. Bonk. Right, what is this? I mean, we could have been further to the right. I mean, you know, the thing is, maybe we just need to give a lot more space because they're not aware. Yeah, I feel like that one we were felt like we were enough there. We're enough there, and then well, we got over half overlap, but we could have been further to the right going into the corner. So you know, and then it's the iRacing, Ironically, braking more here is why we spun here, because if you're hit by another vehicle and you're the car on the inside, it spins this car out. If we're further up, it wouldn't have spun us out. Well, I did kind of assume the ant, but he'd already left the inside there, which normally is like enough. So, but you know, it's hard to know with people. And then that other guy just drives straight into us. I don't know what that was about. That was more the problem. I don't really think this was like... I could have given more space. So there's no real thing with that. This was the issue here. Just drives into us. Like, he brakes, then he comes off the brakes. Just go on the grass a bit. He didn't need to drive into me. He could just go on the grass. It's fine. You're not going to get a cut or anything. You'll lose less time. Just go over on the right. It's fine. He probably doesn't realise that you can go on the grass there. Oh well. So then our car was totally damaged. Yeah. We've been absolutely pummeled. And then he's ripping into the wall. And then we got Suzuki'd. But I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure if he touched us to make us loose. But I know we'd slowed down on the throttle because we'd gone a bit wide. Either way. Ah, LMU. You gits. We'll load that up. Evidence destroyed. Evidence deleted. Let's see. Reacquiring evidence. That was Dan Suzuki. He's hacked my computer. Delete the evidence. Didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, our car was so wrecked. Our car was absolutely pummeled. Wow. Well, you know, I think we should blame Dan. I think we should just put all the blame on him. He still drove into the back of me, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Our car was so damaged. You still can't drive into the back of a car that's slightly loose, you know. I never do that. I totally didn't take a GT3 car out in this race. I never make mistakes at all. Yeah, I mean, our front, we'd already got damage in the rear. Our front right suspension was falling off. The car was knackered. I think Dan actually did us a favour, to be honest. Dan just put us out of our misery. I mean, after this, we've been slapped by every GT3 car. I mean, what's another one? You know, to make a difference. He'd given up. He'd already had enough, that guy. That guy was like, right, I've had enough of these GT3 cars. Off into the wall. Oh, dear. But my car's just grating the floor through the old lap. Yeah, I'm like the not really the main character. I'm like the background character that gets run over. Oh, I think there was some net code. What on earth? Yeah, look. I thought something weird had happened. That's why I couldn't make the corner. Like, it's because it was some dodgy German netcode going on here. Dan Suzuki's bad internet. No, we've come through the corner. That's fine. And then it's like weirdo netcode. What? See, he's using weapons. He's used magnets on his car. You've seen it, guys. You see it here. Dan Suzuki's brought iRacing netcode with him to bloody LMU. Keep the iRacing netcode to iRacing, Dan. What's that? I've never seen that happen before in LMU. Like, we're well ahead through the corner here. We get through. That's totally fine. We've actually cleared him. Pretty much cleared him there. That's fine. Good driving. And then mega delayed netcode. Doesn't make any sense. Why would my car turn right? It doesn't even make sense that we'd spin that way. That's so weird. No, it could have been because the suspension was broken, so maybe when we went through the corner it suddenly spun. It could be the broken suspension. Yeah, it's just got stuck in oversteer. Super random, but it's right. Yeah, it looks like netcode, but I think it's because our suspension's knackered. So when we got on the throttle, the car's like done a really weird. It did feel like when I was driving, it felt like the car was being hit from behind, but I don't think it was. I think it was just the I think it was just the suspension broken, so it felt like it was being hit when it wasn't. So the car was totally knackered. Yeah, look, I mean, look, it's really weird. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. That was alright anyway. Let's have a look at the start of the race. We're not even at pace on this track with this car, so we need to, and I think that setup is probably not ideal. It wasn't too bad actually. We were with the we were like 9th or something. Until we locked up behind those cars. It wasn't too bad. It's nice that you do get to overtake the GT3 cars at the end though, so you're not paced with any, yeah. You do get people do tend to learn certain tracks. Well, it might have been 12th, but there was like 5 cars in front of us that we were at pace with. We crash everything. But yeah, definitely need to. I need to give more space to the GT3 cars, and then also, it's the LMP2 cars really not that much faster than the GT3s. But I turned them. They're not for you, BRT. Do you think the stats are for you? The stats are for me. I had to turn them down because they block the UI in Assetto Corsa. Why is my right-hand monitor flashing on and off again? It's not triggering the other monitors to turn off though, which is nice. But I don't know why it started flashing again. Maybe it's the new NVIDIA drivers. We'll have to... we're gonna have to change monitor settings again. Well, we're using 41 GPU and 48 CPU. It's using 21 gigabytes of system RAM and 13 gig of VRAM. So this game does not take advantage of your system at all. But basically this is not using half our system. It's using less than half of our system. Yeah, this is the issue with the 5090 as well, is you you just can't really you can't fully use it with a lot of stuff. The biggest issue tends to be local large language models. That's the reason to have it. The biggest issue is the games programming, the programming of the games in the first place. If the games were programmed to fully take advantage of GPU, like the newer GPUs, or were just optimized nicely, they would run fine on a slower system anyway. So you wouldn't need to have the faster graphics card. And then all the games where you want a mega fast graphics card for like VR or 4K and what have you, they all end up having like weirdo CPU stuff, or like weirdo stuff that means that it doesn't matter what you throw at them, you're still limited by like the game's programming. Like Microsoft Flight Sim's airport bug. Like you can do whatever you want, but the game will stutter when it loads in airports because of how it loads in airports. even if you put the lowest detail on. So you can put high detail on, doesn't matter, still stutter. Put low detail, doesn't matter, still stutter. It's like, you can't... It's all down to the developers needing to program the games in different ways. So... Not that you do still benefit from a 5090 in that you can pretty much just max everything out, but if your goal was absolute immaculate frames and fully using the graphics card, no, it's not. It's not to do with even that. It's just how the game has to. I think when you land at an airport, or if you're like a meter above the ground at an airport, it loads all the airport logic, which is like the fuel, the refueling, the ground crew, the gates, the ability to call like ground crew to you. You know, all the stuff that they have for the airports. It loads that in, and so then that causes loads of stutter. It's not that it's even from the SSD. It's I mean, yeah, it's like but it's not even that it's that heavy. It's just like a weird. It's just not optimized correctly. Like it's overriding everything else. Because what you'd obviously do is you'd be like, oh look, this plane is half a mile from an airport at an altitude that's quite likely that they will land. Right, let's start loading in stuff bit by bit, which they probably do to some degree. I don't know. They probably do loads of stuff. There's Sim Update 3 is coming out soon. Yeah, you know, but my point is, a lot of these issues seem to be like not hard, not that you haven't got good enough equipment, i.e. you can't buy performance. That's what I'm trying to say. You're limited by the developers doing the right thing. It's not even the assets though. I think this is just me assuming, because that would make sense for why airports would be different to something else. It's loading the logic for it. I think it has the same problem with traffic as well. Like when you fly over certain areas, the way that it does traffic is it's kind of like an AI system. You know, it's not just a baked animation. But when it has to load that in. Yeah, so it's like assets in terms of the logic rather than a 3D model. I don't know. Or maybe it is both. I don't know. It could be something completely different. Could be the air traffic control. Yeah, I have no idea. It just seems oddly specific. And the other thing with Flight Sim, I need to make a video on this because it'll be useful for people. If you change graphics settings, you have to reboot the whole game, even though it actually updates them, but you will end up with stutter. So then there's probably some sort of memory leak or some other issue that only clears when you restart. So when you can't play the game, adjust settings and play it and go, right, oh, but is that better or worse? You have to bloody close the whole game. And it doesn't warn you, it doesn't say you need to restart the game. Like, you know, in the past, you'd have to restart the whole game for it to just work, because it actually applies the settings, but then it applies them and then it still has other bugs. Yeah, most games though, they will say restart. You have to restart the game before the settings apply because it has to reload them, but it actually does do the settings, but you end up with stutter. So it probably keeps the old settings there in the background or something. I don't know. Who knows how it's programmed? It's so random. Yeah, and then the other thing with Flight Sim is once you start getting stutters, so like if you fly low to a ground over an airport, it will keep stuttering for ages after that, even if you've flown away from it. So that's a whole weird thing as well. Yeah. I think there's some pretty janky code or stuff they've not really worked out. It's going to take at least 2 years to get for Flight Sim 24 to be smooth, like consistent and solid. Probably like 2 to 3 years. wonder if they just have like a graphics programmer. I wonder how many core programmers there are that work on the fundamental engine. And for a game like Flight Sim, it's ridiculous because it's so much more active than racing simulators, because they have the whole like world map thing, which is like the whole world, which is pretty crazy, and then it's like an online service as well. Then you have like all the marketplace assets and things that are loaded into that. Then all the individual systems, like the way it's all like separated out, it must be crazy for you to like work out exactly what does what and why, what causes what. I'm just glad I don't work on those types of things. I'd rather not. I'd rather just complain about them. It's a lot easier. It's way more fun complaining about things than actually fixing them. Yeah, what's his name? Who's the guy that the X-Plane lead programmer? But he's like one of those mental people. It's crazy that he, yeah, Austin, yeah. It's crazy that he managed to do that project for so long, and that he's not got, that he still seems pretty happy to constantly work on it. I think it's sort of like his baby, isn't it? It's like his big art project. Yeah, it doesn't make sense why X-Plane's weird as well though. Like, what, you can understand why they've kind of done the way they've done stuff, but it's a shame that X-Plane never worked out a way to either stream or integrate global terrain stuff. Because I think X-Plane's it flies better than Microsoft Flight Sim, but it's more fun having real terrain to look at. What you need is someone. I used to get Ortho for XP, so it'd use like Google Map data and for textures. But what you really need is the Google Map 3D data, and someone to some way of being able to stream Google Map 3D data. And then it would absolutely, then it'd be like, well, this looks way better than Flight Sim. Right. Where's the hell? Yeah, weirdly, I wonder if Microsoft Flight Sim has led to more sales of X-Plane though. Because that's the thing, is Flight Sim's always been like quite a small niche. A general aviation flight sim. There was that period though where you had what was the flying game with the it had like a Cirrus Vision jet on the box. Was it Flight Unlimited? Was that like one of the early ones that had a whole world map? There was like 4 of them. Wasn't that made by the same people that did System Shock? Yeah, Looking Glass Studios. But then, so there was that, and there was that, because there was that period in time with like Jane's Combat Flight Simulator, Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think there was a period, that sort of 90s to 2000s PC period, where there was like flight sims were kind of like the de facto way of. there was a period where it was like just graphical appreciation and like the whole sort of mech warrior thing. I think what it was is it's kind of like where VR and the sim racing thing is now, where you had sort of 40 to 50 year olds, 40, 50, 60 year olds that had spent like £3,000 to £5,000 on a PC, and they would be interested in mech warrior, flight sim. So that was a market for that type of game. And then what happened is that the gaming audience, with the popularity of games consoles, they kind of superseded, especially like 2007, the games industry, especially the PC industry as well, kind of moved towards that console side of stuff. And so the games got sort of arcadified and simplified. And then it's only recently, again, with VR and sim racing and some flight sim stuff, that you now have like this catering to the sort of people that will spend £2,000 on the steering wheel, joystick and what have you. But that was really fun. The sort of the mech warrior type games and the simulators and that whole thing was quite a fun period of PC gaming. Hello, Probes. Yeah, but the space sim thing goes back to like on the Atari ST, like Elite, and that goes back really far. Yeah, there's like it's a simulator thing, isn't it? It's like, oh, can we create another reality in a computer? Oh, and that's what's disappeared now, is that there was, you know, like the sort of Populous type God game. That was like a really big thing, like an RTS, but it's more like a God game. That was really, conceptually, people seem to be really interested in that on the Atari, on the Amiga. But then now that's kind of gone. Like, there's RTSs, but it's not the same. It's not the same. We're using a computer to construct a reality, and you're controlling it. Do you know what I mean? That's not really there anymore. You got your SimLab GT, but nice. You've got to build it though. It's going to sit there looking at the boxes. Yeah, I think what also happened, the thing with this sort of 90s is that an individual programmer could build a simulator that was quite a, you know, like they could maximize the absolute possibility of that technology. Like it wouldn't, having like 5 programmers or a huge dev team wouldn't allow you to get any more out of that hardware. So what it meant is that one person could focus on doing the absolute best possible whatever simulator on that device. Whereas now, because you can do insane, because computers are mental, it's like, well, you know, we're going to have 3D graphics, we're going to have 3D models that are all like textured and everything. Oh, we're going to have all these physics and everything. We're going to have all this stuff. And so you end up having so many chefs working on the game that it just ends up being a mess and it never gets finished. Whereas in the past, it would have been like the programmer going, oh, I wonder if I can make the world space really big. What clever kind of math can I use to make it seem like the world space is big when it isn't really? Yeah. But I think it's like what I said in that video, where it's just needless complexity. Like, I actually think if things are kept simpler, so like if the concept of the game is kept simple, so you go, right, you want to make a space game, great. So if someone came to me and they're like, right, we want you to make a space game, and I go, right, I don't want to risk too much money, so I want something I can develop in a year, which means it needs to be developed in 6 months. So I would go, let's do a version of the Dope Wars game where you buy stuff in different locations and you have to buy stuff in one place, you have to sell it in another for more expensive stuff. But the further away it is, there's more risk, but you get more money. Some places are more dangerous to go to than others. So I'll be like, right, take that and let's do it in the solar. Let's just do it in the solar system, just the solar system. But like Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto is all colonized. But people understand the solar system, so you know they get it generally. So you play into that. I keep it as simple as possible. Like it'd be as simple as possible, and then just build as compelling game as possible within that simple concept, and try and keep everything as minimal as possible. Yeah, I think they tend to add too much stuff into games as well. There's just too much to do. It's like racing sims having a billion different types of cars and whatever, and it's like, well, no, you can still have really great graphics whilst keeping things simple. But yeah, so like the racing sim stuff that's popular now or seems to do better is generally a bit more simple. You know, it's like, well, let's not have a billion different cars. Let's just have some gameplay loop. There you go. But yeah, I don't know. Agile, about 2 week sprints that live and die by minimal viable product. Yeah. But the problem is, it's not even a minimal viable product that they do. It's like, it's minimal viable product with them trying to do a too complex of a product. So someone sets up a framework for a mentally complex product, and then they try to produce a minimal viable version of that insanely complex thing. So where's the actual thing that you need to do, I think, is you design the product initially so that the product itself is very easy to produce a minimal viable product. So like you design the game to be as easy to develop as possible, like through creative design, through being good with game design. It's like the equivalent of like 28 Days Later. I've not seen the new film, but like Blair Witch Project or 28 Days Later, right? You use clever design to be able to make a film on a shoestring budget, but the film still works as a really good film. So with Blair Witch, it's like, oh, well, we don't have any actors. Well, we'll just film it with cameras. But we can still do a plot. We can still... we pick the setting and we pick everything else around it based off the cheapness, but then try and execute the best possible thing with that cheapness. That's what you have to do with games. You have to go, right, how can we approach this? That's the cheapest, easiest, least risky thing to produce, but then how can we make that still compelling? Tea recipe. But I don't know. Yeah, I think the problem with that is that's more like traditional game. That's more like game development in the past, where they were forced to be creative like that because of the computers being not powerful enough. Whereas now, it's forced through budgetary constraints and lack of people. Right. I need to go to the shops. Run out of food. We'll definitely do some more LMU maybe. I don't know if we'll do it tomorrow, but we'll definitely do some more LMU soon. I don't know how I stopped my right hand monitor flashing on and off. But I'll plug it into a different display port. That worked last time. So thanks for watching this stream, guys. It was a fun time. It was a good time. We had some mega donations, and we've had like members 5. Yeah, we've had too much stuff. Tarkus is a member. Random Call Sign's a member still for 88 months. Bloody hell. V for Viti gave us €50 and 5 memberships. So I don't know what that was about, but I appreciate that. He probably fell over. He's got a concussion. He's going to regret it in the morning. And Lance Allen became a member. Really appreciate that. And then we had on Twitch, Thomas has resubbed. Bloody tier 3 for 45 months. When did that come up? Oh, it wasn't playing him. Oh, there we go. Live 55 has resubscribed with Prime as well. What a disaster. Off to the gulag. Russ Gray. Yeah, we had loads of subs today. I don't know if Friday's the Kill the Butcher. Friday's like the give Game of Muscle money day. I don't know why. I'm going to go and spend it all in Lidl's. Crisps resubbed. 2 months. Affy Cups 8 months. Zodiac, bloody hell. What a party. Yeah. But thanks for taking part. Hopefully I might do some glider flying. I'll probably relax this evening actually, because we did 15 hours yesterday. So I'll probably have a little break, and then we'll maybe tomorrow do some glider flying and some more LMU. I really want to do the UK trip. I need to do some boring stuff as well actually over the weekend. Yeah, we'll do some community races over the weekend. Yeah, that'd be good. Some vintage cars. So yeah, but thanks guys, really appreciate it. Hopefully you don't get melted. We can raid Dan if is he still playing, or has he stopped? Oh, I think he stopped playing. Is he still playing? Can't find him. How do you spell his channel? Dan S-U. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's his face. I thought it was his logo. That's why I couldn't see it. There you go. How many wheel rims does he have now? Just looked at his camera. He's just got a wall of bloody wheel rims. It's so stupid. It's like the Tate Modern of wheel rims. Right. Check out Dan's channel. He's alright. I will catch you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye bye, guys.